rather than wasted on a politically motivated publicity stunt. Smollett's false report of a hate crime cost Chicago valuable police resources while the city continues to deal with elevated levels of violent crime. But most importantly, it put the residents of the community in more danger than they should have been in because of his false report. In fact, the judge who sentenced Jussie Smollett said, and I quote, "I believe that you did damage to real hate crime victims," close quote. The judge went on to say, "The officer asked you a simple question, then you started to lie and haven't stopped lying since. Your testimony can only be described as pure perjury." And it diminished the capacity of Chicago police officers to keep that city safe. Reporting on false reports of both domestic terrorism and hate crimes will provide needed information on how much of a drain this is on our valuable law enforcement resources, and should provide insight on how we can better serve our communities. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
I withdraw my point of order.
Gentlemen, does the gentlelady insist on her? The point of order is withdrawn. I would want to ask the sponsor of the amendment a question. The intent of the amendment to include the number of federal incidents, investigations, arrests, indictments, prosecutions, and convictions with respect to a false report of domestic terrorism or hate crime incidents is unobjectionable. We do not, however, understand these changes above that on page 10. So if you'll accept an amendment to eliminate them and leave in the substantive part of the amendment, we'll accept the amendment.
Those
technical and conforming amendment, I should say.
Yeah, my understanding, those are, Ledge Council asked us to put those in as technical corrections. That's why those are. Review that on the way.
We'll ask for a technical and conforming change, and we'll review that with Ledge Council on the way to the floor. But
well, I'll
we'll
accept that, Mr. Chairman. Then I would accept, if you want to, the strikes, everything above page 10 after line 6, that last little bit.
Yes.
I would accept that as an amendment, a friendly amendment.
All in favor of that technical and conforming amendment, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. The ayes obviously have it. In that, and we have no objection. Now we have no objection to the amendment. So the amendment is moved. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes obviously have it. The amendment is accepted.
Thank you, Mr.
It's agreed to, I should say.
Mr. Chairman,
Are there any further?
I do have another amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment. Point of order is reserved.
Thank you.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 350 offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Page 16, line 10, after act.
Amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. So Ms. Ross raised what I consider to be a legitimate concern with the amendment that we had yesterday. Although I disagreed with her objection, I believe that we wanted to try to clarify. And so what we have done is we've clarified the amendment that I previously had introduced. And this is this is dealing with the COVID-19 issue. So she said her position was that, well, the way it was written, it said any individual declined the administration of vaccine to COVID-19 would be overly broad and general, and so that as somebody who had some other predicate would not be prosecuted. So what we've done is we've taken her advice, and what we've done is we've changed the language to say this: none of the funds authorized to be appropriated in this act shall be used to monitor, analyze, investigate, or prosecute any individual solely because that individual declined the administration of a vaccine to COVID-19 or expressed opposition to such administration. That then would, I believe, address Ms. Ross's concerns. And so if there was another predicate for prosecution, the defense could not raise, well, gee, we have a vaccine problem, and so you can't prosecute us for arson or something like that. So we've tried to address her issue, and hopefully we can have the same comedy, not comedy, but comity that we just had on the last proposed amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I would yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The gentleman yields back. The point of order is withdrawn. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Although the word solely is removed and the bill is technically germane, the amendment is technically germane under the rules of the House, it is wildly outside the scope of the bill, which has nothing to do with vaccines and belongs in some other bill, and therefore I oppose it and urge my colleagues to oppose it. Are there any further? Who seeks recognition?
I do.
For what purposes, Mr. Bishop, seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, I was about to say that the gentleman's, Mr. Biggs' revision to his amendment from yesterday goes farther than it should. That is to say, if someone has been targeted in part because they've declined the administration of a vaccine or expressed opposition to it, they should not be subject to being monitored, analyzed, investigated as a domestic terrorist for that reason, as a result of that. And that seems to me self-evident. Nevertheless, I see the chairman has expressed opposition to even this amendment, which takes us back to making sure we have squarely in our minds the predicate, because he suggested that there's no relevance to the subject matter. This is not dreamed up. This is not speculation of some fevered mind. This is the predicate for this is the Domestic Terrorism Threat Bulletin issued by the Department of Homeland Security, which cites specifically the prospect of threat actors spreading stories, they say, misleading or false stories about the COVID-19 vaccine. That's what the Department of Homeland Security, in the wisdom of those who are charged with responsibility for monitoring and protecting us against terrorism of all forms, have decided is worthy of calling out as a threat. By the way, to their point, they say the problem is that these false and misleading stories about COVID might undermine support for the U.S. government. I would submit that the real threat they're concerned about is true stories about the COVID-19 vaccine or about the COVID-19 regime, because those are the ones most substantially are likely to undermine support for the U.S. government. But that's not what terrorism is about. And the confusion about that is what requires this amendment to come forward. So my thanks to the gentleman from Arizona for, you will, all right. My thanks to the gentleman from Arizona for modifying the language so that we eliminate any doubt about whether this is technical language issue. This is just the majority, the Democrats, saying they refuse to protect people from being accused of domestic terrorism for their position on a vaccine, which is amazing. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from Arizona.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I appreciate your comment. I don't disagree with. There might be even better language that would be more adequate for perfecting civil liberties protections. But in this instance, I have to say, I will remind the chair and my colleagues across the aisle of the National Terrorism Advisory System Bulletin, which we brought forward yesterday, which specifically targets folks who proliferate, quote, false or misleading narratives regarding unsubstantiated widespread COVID-19 issues. I want you to think about that. Fauci himself, Dr. Fauci himself, propagated multiple conflicting narratives. Would he be then subject, and he probably should be, to domestic terrorism referral, tagging? being brought under surveillance. And I want to just tell you how serious and how real this is. I keep on my computer a folder of news stories from around the world and the U.S. titled Vaccine Proto-Fascism. There are literally hundreds of stories, most from this country. One that strikes me as pretty interesting is the one that just yesterday, when the COVID czar in a White House press briefing said now it's in the U.S. national interest to vaccinate everybody in the world, and the U.S. should be funding it. That's the type of thing that he should make as his opinion, but he should not be, no matter how spurious that is, which it is spurious, he shouldn't be designated a terrorist threat. This amendment is serious, it's real, and we should adopt it.
Gentleman's time has expired. We had an extensive debate on what is essentially this amendment yesterday. I hope we don't have to repeat the whole debate. Having said that, who seeks recognition? What purpose does Ms. Jackson Lee seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
The gentleman from Arizona has often been,
Let me think about it a minute.
and most often been thoughtful. He is the ranking member on the subcommittee on crime, and I certainly appreciate his thoughtfulness. But let me try to compact into the brief time that I have a number of themes. First of all, I'd like recorded on the record, if I had been present, I would have voted no on the Stubbe amendment yesterday, if that can be noted.
Without objection.
Thank you. Let me say to the gentleman, it's appalling, and this is not the committee to discuss that the COVID-19 package to help Americans is stuck in the Senate for ludicrous reasons, dealing with not wanting to ensure that if someone is coming into the United States, that they would not be infected, or that they would not, if they were coming and being processed, that they would not be carriers, or that they would be protected. That's common sense, common public health sense, and it is outrageous what the other body is doing, in addition to the ludicrous desire to have a nonsensical vote on Article 42, inasmuch as everyone knows that it is a Centers for Disease Control action, as much as we may agree or disagree with it. But that is causing millions of Americans to suffer as the Omicron variant comes again in mid-April. The amendment that the gentleman has from Arizona, as I support the underlying bill and the compromise that was made, has no basis in fact. I've tried to look at the landscape, and maybe in his folder he has it, but it doesn't seem to be in anyone's mind that anyone has been arrested for refusing to take a vaccine. I have done almost 100, combination of 150 testing and vaccination sites in my community, and eons of people have walked by, came and asked for information, didn't take the vaccine, and I've not seen resources of law enforcement used to arrest anyone. I'm stunned by the amendment or express opposition to such administration. I'm stunned by the amendment because I don't see the problem, and it is an answer seeking a problem that does not exist. So let me, in reference to the Stubbe amendment, let me just be on the record. I was attending to the memorial of the late Greg Allen Berry, and I was not able to be in the room at that time. But I was, again, I guess I've been stunned many times in this room, but I was clearly stunned for the weak attempt to try and include and suggest that Black Lives Matter, which you may have in opposition to their perspective, was to be considered a domestic terrorist group. I take umbrage. It is an outrage. It's an insult. These are both our young people who are expressing their rightful complaint about documented cases that they themselves may be impacted by. Let me remind you of the talk that every black parent most likely gives to that child. That is not labeling any group that is broadly in law enforcement. Many good relationships exist all over our nation and in all minority communities in particular. Over the weekend, we were together with law enforcement in an emotional response to an incident that had happened some 45 years ago. Law enforcement was there to assure the community that would never happen again. We were, in essence, speaking to each other's heart and mind. So I reject the premise of Mr. Stewie's amendment that did not prevail, but I wanted to be on the record as it related to both Black Lives Matter and Antifa, which we've said over and over again is a thought and cannot point to the idea of this being comparable, as the FBI has noted, to white supremacists. According to the FBI, there's been one killing by an anarchist violent extremist in the past 2 decades, while white supremacist extremist militia members and other violent far-right extremists are responsible for 66% of domestic terrorist attacks and plots in 2020. So I condemn extremism and hate, but I would offer to say that we need to get serious about what this amendment means, not amendment this bill, and let us support the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act of 2021 to help ensure the decrease in domestic terrorism. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, I would just point out the previous speaker, our colleague from Texas, said that this is a problem that does not exist. I would just remind everyone, people have lost their job because for whatever reason they decided not to have the vaccine. People have been denied health care, wanted to go in for surgery, and they were denied that surgical procedure because of a decision they made regarding the vaccine. And as my colleagues, Mr. Biggs and Mr. Bishop, have pointed out, in this National Terrorism Advisory System Bulletin, it specifically says their concern is with people with presenting misleading narratives regarding COVID-19. Well, if that's a standard, as we said yesterday, the people who have presented the most misleading narratives regarding COVID-19 are the government, I should say. So this amendment makes so much, it's just a good safeguard, just the kind of amendment we need in this legislation, because this is real. This is not something that does not exist. We have seen people targeted for maybe they made that decision because their doctor said this is what's best for your health care, and they're being lost their job, denied health care because of it. And now we got the DHS putting out this bulletin targeting them as well. So I support the gentleman's amendment, would yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I was minded as I was sitting here looking at this National Terrorism Advisory Bulletin as the gentlelady from Texas was speaking and expressing her umbrage that someone in the course of another amendment yesterday would have, that was Mr. Stubbe's amendment, would have suggested that the Black Lives Matter movement should be put in this and be tracked along with the white supremacists and so forth. So I respect the umbrage that the gentlelady expressed, and I wonder what she would make of it if the Department of Homeland Security put out a terrorism bulletin talking about wrongdoing, threat actors advancing grievances based on the agenda of Black Lives Matter. And that is exactly what's been done in this terrorism bulletin about allegedly false or misleading narratives concerning COVID-19, allegedly false or misleading narratives concerning unsubstantiated election fraud, narratives concerning false or misleading narratives about 5G cellular technology, narratives concerning the evacuation and resettlement of Afghan nationals following the U.S. military withdrawal from Afghanistan last year. All of these ideas they're suggesting someone could take, I guess, or maybe they're saying something, at best, the best way you can read it is to say the suggestion by the Department of Homeland Security is that someone could take those as license or encouragement or incitement to do something violent. Well, how many officers were shot in Dallas by a lunatic inspired by Black Lives Matter movement? So why isn't the Black Lives Matter movement here in this bulletin? That's exactly what the problem is that we're talking about how to reorganize the FBI to focus on domestic terrorism, and at best, it is unclear exactly what you mean. And if you mean free speech on the conservative side of the political spectrum, as that is maybe conventionally thought, and I submit even that is something that's not altogether always clear, then how is it that you are, I think about my colleague from North Carolina, Ms. Ross, a former ACLU attorney, I believe, the American Civil Liberties Union. So the bottom of this bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security, it says, the National Terrorism Advisory System provides information on homeland security issues and threats. If you see something, say something. If you see someone talking about 5G technology, you better say something because they may be dangerous. But don't you dare say something like that about the Black Lives Matter movement. That seems to be the point we just heard. Why the disparity? Why the asymmetry? What are we to make of that? That's why I've said, that's why this bill previously attracted broad bipartisan support.
The time of the Justice Cellini seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I simply want to comment on some of the comments made by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan. It is entirely proper and necessary for, in many cases, for employment to be denied to people who refuse to take the vaccine. It is entirely proper for health care to be denied in many cases for people who refuse to take the vaccine. The vaccine, after all, any vaccine, is not to protect yourself only, it is to protect the other people, all other people who may catch the virus from you. Certainly, healthcare workers have a right to be protected from patients who refuse to take the vaccine and could transmit the virus to them. Certainly, teachers have the same right. Certainly, everybody else has the same right. That is why every school district in the country, so far as I know, requires, before children can start kindergarten, that they be vaccinated for diphtheria, for whooping cough, for several other diseases, not just to protect them, but to protect their classmates and their teachers. So it is entirely proper to require that people be vaccinated. It is entirely proper that people who are not vaccinated can be denied services in a situation in which they endanger the provider of the services, such as a healthcare worker. So I think that this amendment, as I said, has nothing to do with this bill, but I do want to comment on, and I opposed it for that reason, but I did want to comment on what Mr. Jordan had said, and I yield back to Mr. Cicilline, and I thank him for yielding.
My pleasure. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? For what purposes Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, there are so many things.
Yeah, no kidding.
First of all, well, the gentlelady from Texas refers to the supposed concern and fear that she has about the Omicron variant coming in April. Then on what basis is the CDC recommending that they end Title 42? Right? If this is such a great concern, then why would the CDC say, oh no, we don't need to use Title 42 to protect our Border Patrol agents, protect Americans, stem the tide of 8,000 people a day coming across our border? By the way, it's not just COVID, tuberculosis, flu, all sorts of different communicable diseases. And so, we've got this big fear coming in April, but no, we don't want to have Title 42. And my colleague from Texas mocked the focus by some of my colleagues on the need to have Title 42, as if it's not causing rampant flow across our border, little girls put in stash houses, getting raped, cartels making $100 million. And then the chairman scoffs. The chairman scoffs when I say little girl getting raped in a stash house. Has the chairman been to the border of Texas? Has the chairman been in the last year to the border of Texas and met with Border Patrol agents, gone down and talked to the people that are sitting there looking at what's actually happening in stash houses?
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield briefly.
Yes.
And what did you find? No stash houses? The chairman scoffed. Is the chairman saying there are no stash houses with no little girls getting raped in Texas?
The gentleman will yield?
I will.
I am not saying there are no stash houses. I'm not saying little girls not being raped in Texas and in every other state in the union for that matter.
Well, then reclaiming my time, when the chairman scoffs, when we talk about the damage being done to this country, with cartels having complete operational control of our border, charging $3,000 to $5,000 a day to come across the border, and little girls getting put into the sex trafficking trade, I think that tells us a lot about where the priorities are of this committee. And I'm getting a little sick and tired of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle scoffing at Texans having to take the brunt of this. Ranchers losing their longtime family-held ranches. Fences getting cut, livestock getting out, people getting abused. And my other side of the aisle just doesn't give a whit about it, as evidenced by the scoff of the Judiciary Committee chairman. It's absolutely mind-boggling. This is what the American people are absolutely sick and tired of. And we're sitting here debating an amendment because we want to say that the power of the federal government shouldn't be used to go after American citizens because they take a different view or they want to share information about their concern about a administration of a vaccine in their arm by a pharmaceutical company that is liability protected by government from any action by citizens to say, wait a minute, what might happen to me if I stick that in my arm? And are we going to have hearings anywhere in this body about excess deaths? Can anybody on the other side of the aisle sit here right now and testify before God and man that the 200, 300,000 question mark excess deaths, when we're talking about non-COVID natural deaths over the last year, and say that they are not connected to vaccines?
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield.
The fact of the matter is, I can testify, and every statistic shows that in states where the governors have relaxed vaccine requirements, the death rate from COVID is far, far higher than the states
That's just
where
simply,
they haven't.
reclaiming my time, that's just simply not true. And you didn't answer my question.
Let's see the data.
You didn't answer my question about the data. And hauling in witnesses here to talk about whether or not individuals, American citizens, have lost their life, are dead today because of vaccines. Are we having any litigation over that? No, because they're protected from liability. And then the chairman has the audacity to say that it is completely proper for a healthcare worker, the very same people we were calling heroes a year ago, to lose her job, to get fired, to lose her health care if she doesn't believe it's in her interest to get vaccinated. By the way, irrespective of natural immunity, which our so-called experts were denying for a year on end. So I more than support the gentleman from Arizona's amendment. This is extremely important, and I'm absolutely appalled at the extent to which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are dismissing this encroachment on freedom.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word on the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this is legislation about domestic terrorism. And yesterday, there was an amendment advancing the idea that if you express opposition to administration of a COVID vaccine, you could not be prosecuted or even investigated under this legislation, even if you are a domestic terrorist. In other words, they were creating a recipe where domestic terrorists could say, I oppose the COVID-19 vaccine, and then they couldn't be investigated or prosecuted. And it was ridiculous. And I think everyone agreed that it was, well, at least poorly drafted. And so they came back today with another amendment, which now swings all the way to the other side of the pendulum. Today's amendment says you can be prosecuted for opposing the COVID-19 vaccine as long as it's not the only reason you're being prosecuted. But it could be a determining reason. It could be one of a few reasons. Amazing. So, but I don't understand why anyone speaking for it would remotely think of voting for this amendment. But in any event, it's equally sloppy, equally ridiculous, and equally unnecessary. And this is the key point, Mr. Chairman. Under the First Amendment of the Constitution, all of us have a right not to be prosecuted or targeted on a selective basis by the government because of a position we take on any medical policy decision or any policy decision. The First Amendment ban on viewpoint discrimination already covers what I think is really troubling them, even if they're having a problem embodying it in the text of an amendment. The First Amendment already covers it. What they really want to say is that no individual's personal medical decision or political viewpoint should be any basis for prosecution for any other crime. But we don't need to say that because the First Amendment already says that. And to finger paint on this legislation by pasting one of these poor or both of these poor amendments on it simply plays into the disinformation that somehow the government is out there targeting people for prosecution because of positions that they take.
Would the gentleman
on
yield?
Public policy decisions. Yes, by all means.
So we've spoken a great deal and put into the record the National Terrorism Advisory System Bulletin dated February 7, 2022, which does exactly that on all the unique points of view that I mentioned earlier in my comments. Do you condemn that?
No, I don't accept your characterization of the memo. Please read to me the passage which you think is targeting people because of their opposition to COVID-19 vaccines.
Let's see. How about this one? Domestic violent extremists have also viewed attacks against U.S. critical infrastructure as a means to create chaos and advance ideological goals, and have recently aspired to disrupt U.S. electric and communications critical infrastructure, including by spreading false or misleading narratives about 5G cellular technology, as an example.
Okay, so how does that say that people are being targeted because of their refusal to accept a COVID-19 injection?
Well, I can go to the COVID-19.
I'm on your side about this. I don't think the government should be targeting anybody based on their political viewpoint. You just want some talking points for Fox News about this particular issue. Why don't you just say that the government should not be targeting anybody based on their viewpoint on any medical procedure, whether it's COVID-19, polio, TB, abortion, birth control, whatever. Why don't you just say that?
If the gentleman yield for an answer to that question, I would say
yes, by all means.
What I'm pointing out is that this is an official action by the Department of Homeland Security, and no one seems to oppose it except for members of the Republican Party.
Wait, why do you say that? I don't read it the way you do, but if anything in that indicated that people should be prosecuted or harassed or targeted because of their political positions, I'm totally on your side. I support the ACLU. I would hope you would support the ACLU in opposing all viewpoint-based discrimination and suppression by the government, not just the ones that happen to potentially affect people you care about. So if you want to just restate the essence of the First Amendment by saying there shall be no viewpoint-based or content discrimination as the basis for selective prosecution of American citizens, which the First Amendment already provides, we can go ahead and do it. But in any event, this amendment doesn't accomplish what you think it wants, I think what the author wants it to accomplish. In fact, this allows prosecution and investigation of people for opposing the COVID-19 vaccine. And for that civil libertarian reason, I would oppose it. It allows it as long as it's one of several reasons, as long as it's not the only reason. So this also doesn't accomplish the point of the First Amendment, which is, I think, the point everybody's been trying to get at. So, Mr. Chairman, I would say let's reject this amendment, let's pass the bill, and let's get some work done. I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Johnson of Louisiana seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I just want a parenthetical note here. I just think there is a rich irony in hearing my dear friend, Mr. Raskin, who is the undisputed king of manufactured talking points for primetime TV, accuse a colleague here of the same, but I want to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Biggs.
And I thank the gentleman from yielding. And the first point I've got to make is, yeah, you know, I'm no law professor at some school. Just attended a lowly state law school, and so probably challenged a little more than he going forward. But you know, we appreciate his constant adherence to the strict constitutional parameters that surround everything we do in the Judiciary Committee. But I also, you know, besides that statement, I enjoyed hearing the good doctor here, our chairman, tell us two things that I think are just manifestly misinformed. One is that vaccines are necessary because they protect somebody from the spread of a COVID virus. I don't know, it's real easy because I keep it on my my computer with all kinds of other things. One of them was CDC Director Rochelle Walensky said that COVID-19's vaccines are no longer effective at preventing transmission of the virus. Quote, she said, "Our vaccines are working exceptionally well. They continue to work well for Delta with regard to severe illness and death. They prevent it. However, what they can't do anymore is prevent transmission." They can't prevent transmission.
Would the gentleman yield for a quick question?
Yeah, sure.
Is that the same CDC director who is saying that we shouldn't continue to enforce Title 42?
Oh, yeah, same
Okay,
one.
just checking.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. And then I also find it really fun when a law professor who went, I don't know where he went to school, but, you know, he castigates those of us who didn't get to go to the same kind of quality, get the same quality legal education that he did. But nonetheless, the wording in this amendment today is the wording that
Mr. Chairman,
the wording that
Mr. Chairman, I object to that. I didn't say anything about where anyone went to law school. I asked the gentleman to withdraw that.
I'll withdraw
insinuation.
those. Okay, those are overly sarcastic to the response to the overly sarcastic statement that was made by the gentleman from Maryland previously. So when I think about it, I think about the member from Pennsylvania or North Carolina, I guess she is, who said, and the word she used yesterday was solely. Replacing the word any, she used the word solely. So we said, well, let's kind of try to appease that, because maybe if we use their verbiage that she said yesterday, maybe some rationality would come to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Because what has been done here is COVID has been weaponized. And the gentleman from Maryland said, well, you know, he doesn't interpret this the same way. These documents are now part of the official record, the National Terrorism Advisory System. Well, what they're talking about in a very broad sense, they said key factors contributing to the current heightened threat environment, which means that they're going to be targeted, is one, the proliferation of false or misleading narratives. Well, who gets to determine what's a false or misleading narrative? And then they go on to say, which sow discord or undermine public trust in U.S. government institutions. Does everybody have to trust every government institution? And if you don't, a la Brave New World, a la 1984, do you get watched, surveilled, and targeted by the federal police apparatus? The implication here is, yes, that's true. And then they go in and say specifically what they're talking about. There's widespread online proliferation of false or misleading narratives regarding unsubstantiated widespread election fraud and COVID-19. So they get to, I mean, Mr. Massey, our colleague from Kentucky, said it best yesterday. He said, the fact that we have to do this is terrifying. But you do have to do it because the federal government has just told you if you have a heterodox opinion regarding COVID-19 vaccines, you can potentially be targeted. Yes, you may think this isn't real work, but I think protecting the liberty of Americans is real work. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I think you brought up a really good issue in your comments in regards to the COVID vaccine. And I think what it highlights is that we need a full accounting. We should be bringing people before this committee. We should be bringing people before this committee who are decision makers. I think about Dr. Anthony Fauci. I think about Dr. Rochelle Walensky. I think about Dr. Francis Collins. I think about all those people. And what it highlights here, and you really brought it to the fore here, Mr. Chairman, is that there needs to be a full accounting because if you travel around the country, there is great skepticism about what happened. A lot of people are just uncertain what happened through this whole process. I mean, think about it. There was boosters recommended that came out from the CDC, and they circumvented the advisory committee, this technical committee that has great sway, has always had great sway, and they just chose to ignore them and said, yeah, go ahead and do, what was it, the third or fourth booster, something like that. And so this has led to real skepticism out there. Were good decisions being made? And furthermore, the ultimate question, was this released from a lab in Wuhan, China? That is really the ultimate question that needs to be answered here. And the VAERS data should be coming forward. We should be having discussion about natural immunity. We should have a discussion about this whole process that went on, and we should do it right here in this committee. I yield to the gentleman from Ohio.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would just ask the chairman, I think there are two questions relative to his comments a few minutes ago. Two key questions. Can the vaccinated get it? And can the vaccinated transmit it? And we know the answer to both of those questions is yes. No one's against vaccines. The vaccines you talked about, the vaccines you talked about, I will in a minute, the vaccines you talked about, we've all had going to school. We have 4 children, they all had it. We have grandkids, same thing. That's different than this one. I mean, we just had a Democrat colleague, one of our colleagues announced last night that he's got COVID. A gentleman from California announced last night he's got COVID, and he's been 2 vaccines plus a booster. And we know what the CDC director just said, the vaccinated can transmit it. So your comments may have made some sense, but for those 2 key facts. But for those 2 key facts. And speaking of misinformation, we were told forever that the vaccinated couldn't get it and the vaccinated couldn't transmit it. And if you disagreed with that, you were called crazy. And what the gentleman's amendment says is, if you disagree with that, you shouldn't be targeted. That's what his amendment's all about. Now, that's as simple and logical as it gets here. So I yield to the gentleman.
Thank you. I simply want to point out, in respect to what Mr. Tiffany suggested, that all of these...
Mr. Chairman, this is my time. Do you want me to yield to you?
Oh, I thought it was...
It's my time.
I'm sorry. Would you yield?
Yeah, I'll yield to you.
Thank you. I simply wanted to point out that with respect to the hearings that you suggested on vaccines and so forth, that's all within the purview of the Energy and Commerce Committee, not of this committee.
The gentleman yield?
I yield to the representative from Ohio.
Well, the real purview is there's actually a select committee that the Democrats created, the Select Committee on Coronavirus, that will not look at where this thing started. I mean, I find that just amazing. There's only one select committee in the United States Congress solely devoted to the coronavirus concern, and they won't look at the one issue that I think the American people really want to know about is where did this thing start? But they won't do it. And I know they won't do it because I'm actually on that committee, and I've asked time and time again, why don't we look at how this thing started, where this thing started? Did it come from a lab? Because it sure seems like it did. Why don't we want to do that? In fact, they won't even bring Dr. Fauci back in. We went a year and a half. You couldn't go a day without seeing Dr. Fauci. They won't even bring him back in front of the committee now. He suddenly disappeared. Democrats don't want him. He testified 18 times in the last year and a half, but they won't bring him back in front of the select committee. Not going to do it. So yeah, there's a place where that should happen. Maybe it's not in the Judiciary Committee, but it could, because we're talking about people's civil liberties that have been, First Amendment rights and everything else that have been infringed on the last year and a half. Could happen here, but it should certainly happen in the Select Committee, but the Democrats will not do it. I yield back to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Chairman, I think you have the power and the authority with the great seniority that you've built up in this House of Representatives. I think you can do it. You really do have the authority to be able to do that. But why this is so important is for the future of America. What if this happens again? You have significant swaths of America that no longer trust public health. We can help rebuild that trust by having those hearings. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. What purpose does Ms. Lofgren seek recognition?
To ask unanimous consent to put several letters into the record. One from the Anti-Defamation League that urges us to pass this bill to stop terrorism against Jewish people. A letter from the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights asking us on their behalf, as well as 12 other human rights organizations, to pass this bill without amendment. The Southern Poverty Law Center Action Group asking us to pass this bill without amendment, and the Center for Disability Rights asking us to pass this bill as we consider it. And with that,
Without objection. Who else seeks recognition? What purpose does Mr. Massey seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Biggs' amendment is very simple. It just says if you refuse to take the vaccine, you're not going to be targeted as a domestic terrorist by the FBI. What's so complicated about that? I mean, it's constitutionally redundant, shouldn't be necessary. If you're a mom and you decide that your 5-year-old doesn't need the vaccine, you shouldn't be a domestic terrorist. You shouldn't be targeted for that. If you're on the internet and you've actually read some of the papers and you've studied the science and you see that natural immunity works, and you say that natural immunity is a thing. By the way, the CDC has covered this up for the last 2 years to the benefit of 3 manufacturers, 3 pharmaceutical companies. Why should you be declared or targeted or monitored or investigated as a domestic terrorist? You shouldn't. And so Mr. Biggs' amendment is very simple. I hope that every Democrat will vote for it. It sounds like they're not going to. I don't understand why. They want to perpetuate this myth. But please adopt Mr. Biggs' amendment. And with that, I will yield the balance of my time to Mr. Chip Roy.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman from Kentucky. I associate myself with his remarks. And, you know, I would just note that, I mean, bringing this back, as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to do, to the underlying legislation. Again, we're talking about the empowerment of federal authorities to target citizens and monitor citizens. And as Mr. Massey just pointed out, and as is self-evident in the language of what Mr. Biggs has drafted, we're simply trying to protect individuals for their personal beliefs and actions as it relates to a vaccine. Or maybe I should rephrase that, an alleged vaccine. And by the way, something that has the full protection against citizens being able to pursue liability against the pharmaceutical companies that are relying on federal mandates to force individuals to stick that substance in their arm. And with all due respect to the chairman, my father, who had polio, and I know we've got other members of this body who have had polio or family members, there was no federal mandate across the country to get the polio vaccine. That didn't happen. There were state and local decisions after time, after years of research on these vaccines, the Salk vaccine and the other vaccines. There was no federal mandate. There was no big authority of government coming in under OSHA or under the power of the government with respect to our healthcare workers, with respect to our federal workers like the Border Patrol agents, the thousands that are still in limbo about their jobs, and that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle just so blithely ignore and say, don't worry, you got fired, doesn't matter. Who cares, you'll lose your job, because you don't believe that you should stick a needle in your arm for a substance from companies making billions of dollars off of it. And by the way, my Democratic colleagues are now clamoring for billions more COVID relief dollars, half of which is already committed to go to Pfizer. I mean, we need $10 billion more. Well, we're going to give $5 billion more to Pfizer. Man, I sure hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have a whole lot of Pfizer stock. But I mean, you know, this is something the American people are getting pretty sick and tired of. And I would point out that, this issue about the truth, my colleague from Kentucky pointed out the, CDC finally this last month putting out a report on natural immunity. So for the last year and a half, anyone who talks about natural immunity is just shunned and put aside. Oh, it doesn't matter if you play basketball in the NBA. You believe that you might have natural immunity. You don't want to get a jab in your arm. You got to sit on the sideline. Oh, you can be there. You can practice, but you can't. Oh, you can't be there and be on the court in a home game, but you can be in some away games. The absurdity of what we've done, the absurdity of what we've done to kids, the absurdity of what we've done to the mental health of our children, the absurdity of denying people health treatments, and the absurdity of firing people. And now we're talking about the absurdity of empowering federal bureaucrats to target American citizens, because they dare question the wisdom of a CDC that a year ago said there's no natural immunity, now finally does. You even have Fauci, who essentially gets himself caught. And he said in February, quote, when you look at the cases, they do not appear to be any more severe. They're talking about the new Omicron, whatever. Then they do not appear to evade immune responses either from vaccine or prior infection. That's Fauci in all of his infinite wisdom, acknowledging or prior infection. Just slid that one in an interview. But oh, no, we don't haul him in and force him to ask questions. We're just going to go empower bureaucrats to target American citizens. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
I'm sorry,
In which case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Request a roll call, please.
Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
Where did that fucking go?
Ms. Bass.
Whoa. So right now. This thing is. No.
Ms. Bass votes no.
I remind all members to mute themselves.
Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline.
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu.
I vote no. Lou votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings.
No.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon.
After her.
Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia.
You're muted.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Jones. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Issa.
Yes.
Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates?
Yes.
Mr. Gates votes yes. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stube? Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes yes.
How is Mr. Deutsch recorded?
Mr. Deutsch is not recorded.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
How is Mr. Cohen recorded?
Mr. Cohen is not recorded.
Mr. Cohen would like to be recorded as a no.
Mr.
How
Cohen
is
votes
Ms.
no.
Jackson Lee reported?
Ms. Jackson Lee is not recorded.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee
How
votes
is
no.
Hank Johnson reported?
How is Mr. Johnson of Georgia recorded?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia is not recorded.
Vote, how did the chairman vote?
Chairman voted no.
I vote no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
How is Mr. Shabbat recorded?
Mr. Shabbat is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye.
So maybe, Mr. Chairman, we can consider legislation today that will reaffirm that.
Members should mute themselves unless they're voting. Has Mr. Gomet been recorded?
Mr. Gomert is not recorded.
Okay. Are there any members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded?
Mr. Gomer's still not recorded. I don't know if you thought he was heard.
Is Mr. Gomet report? Mr. Gomet is on mute. Is Mr. Gomet reported?
Mr. Gomert is not recorded.
Okay, the clerk.
Doesn't know the difference between a permit and a lease.
Mr. Gomert votes aye.
Has everyone voted who wishes to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 19 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment in nature of a substitute as amended. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in nature of a substitute is agreed to. The reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 350 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably. Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch.
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal?
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Stimmings?
Aye.
Ms. Stimmings votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia? Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath? Mr. Stanton?
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Steen?
Ms. McBath, you're muted.
McBath votes aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Mr. Jones? Ms. Ross?
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush? Mr. Jordan?
I don't see me on there.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat?
No.
Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye.
This is on the, I'm sorry, vote no.
Mr.
reporting
Gomert
the bill.
votes no. Mr.
Yeah, I'm
Isa?
sorry.
No.
Mr. Isa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates?
No.
Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fischbach? Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no.
Ms. Garcia?
I'll have mine recorded.
Ms. Garcia, you are not recorded.
I vote yes.
Ms. Garcia votes yes.
Ms. Dean?
Ms. Dean, you are not recorded. Ms. Dean votes yes.
Mr. Jones?
I vote yes.
Mr. Jones votes yes.
Ms. Bass?
How am I recorded?
Ms. Bass, you are not recorded.
Bass votes aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? This is Ken Buck.
Mr. Buck, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Buck votes no.
Ms. Fischbach?
Oh, yes.
Ms. Fischbach votes yes.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
No.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Buck?
how is Ms. Fischbach recorded?
Ms. Fishbach is recorded as aye.
Mr. Chair, I would change my vote to a no.
Ms. Fishbach votes no.
He was. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? He was on the screen. Oh, there he is. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson of Georgia, how did the chair vote?
The chair voted aye.
I vote aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 20 ayes and 17 noes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? This is Lou Correa. How am I recorded?
How is Mr. Correa recorded?
Mr. Correa, you are not recorded.
Correa, aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 21 ayes and 17 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is amended, is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 301 to amend Title 36 United States Code to establish the composition known as Lift Every Voice and Sing as the national hymn of the United States for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 301 to amend Title 36 United States Code to establish the composition.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 301, introduced by the distinguished House Majority Whip, Congressman James Clyburn, would designate Lift Every Voice and Sing as our country's national hymn. As part of a hearing on this legislation last month before the Constitution Subcommittee, we heard from a distinguished panel of witnesses who spoke of the song's ability to connect people to a common purpose. We witnessed in real time as it did just that by garnering bipartisan support. The song's words are a call to our nation, urging us to join together in the fight for equality. As Subcommittee Ranking Member Johnson captured perfectly, quote, "The song honors the fact that every single person has an estimable dignity and value that's not related in any way to the color of our skin or where we live or what we do for a living," close quote. The song, which was first, excuse me, the song, which was first sung by school children in 1900 to commemorate Abraham Lincoln's birthday, has persisted in influence over the past 120 years. The brothers James Weldon Johnson and J. Rosamond Johnson wrote Lift Every Voice and Sing at the turn of the 20th century. This was a period in which the promises of racial equality made by the nation to African Americans during Reconstruction were betrayed. Previous advances toward equality were being dismantled. Segregation had just been codified through Plessy versus Ferguson, and the Jim Crow reign of terror was gaining its foothold. All the while, the Ku Klux Klan wreaked havoc against African Americans, initiating a campaign of racist terror, violence, and murder. Through all this, African Americans never ceased in their struggle for freedom. Lift Every Voice and Sing is a song about transcending those difficulties and maintaining hope for the future. To sing the song is not only to acknowledge the suffering of the past, but also to look ahead to a brighter future. It is a reminder that while the journey ahead may be arduous, obstacles are surmountable if we join together in the fight for equality. Although Lift Every Voice and Sing is a song that recognizes the history and progress of African Americans, its influence and appeal extends beyond the boundaries of race. From its inception to today, Lift Every Voice and Sing has and continues to unify individuals of all cultures. It is a song of uplift and solidarity. It speaks to the universal human condition of struggle and triumph, and it connects us to a common purpose, equality for all. The song's sermonic quality, coupled with its powerful lyrics of hope and perseverance, has resonated at key gatherings such as presidential inaugurations of both political parties and at civil rights demonstrations. It was endorsed by Booker T. Washington in 1905 and later adopted by the NAACP, becoming a rallying cry during the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. Lift Every Voice and Sing is a reminder of how far we have progressed as a country, while simultaneously calling upon us to continue our work towards a better future. The song represents patriotism in the best possible sense. It commands us to be dedicated to our nation and to honor the sacrifices of the generations that came before us by continuing to work towards the full promise of freedom for all Americans. Importantly, H.R. 301 does not propose to replace the Star-Spangled Banner as the national anthem, but it will give official status to an additional song of national importance. I would like to thank Congressman Clyburn for bringing forth this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
I thank the gentleman. America's national motto and pledge and anthem are all meant to recognize that we are one people committed to the shared American ideals. Although it is a great work of music and certainly extremely important historically, Lift Every Voice and Sing does not fit the mold, this mold. The United States has always sought to affirm national unity through a commitment to a common set of ideals, like the belief that all people are created equal and that America is the land of opportunity. These principles are best served when our national symbols and observances create unity and reflect our common ideals. As we have seen over the past several years, many fundamentally believe that America is inherently, many Democrats fundamentally believe that America is an inherently racist country. They believe that our institutions and our symbols are racist and cannot be redeemed. I choose to believe that America, while certainly imperfect, is still the greatest country in the history of the world. Every day we strive to make our country, in the words of the preamble to the Constitution, a more perfect union. I have concerns that this bill is another attempt by Democrats to divide Americans by focusing on our differences and not on what truly unites us. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 301.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will recognize myself to explain the amendment. This amendment makes just one minor change to the findings section of the bill. It refers to John Rosamond Johnson, the composer of Lift Every Voice and Sing, as J. Rosamond Johnson, which was how he preferred to be called. Otherwise, the amendment makes no substantive changes to the bill, and I urge all members to support it. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Mr. Cohen seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your bringing this bill to a markup today. I'm a proud co-sponsor of the bill that Mr. Clyburn championed, and I was happy to hold a hearing that we had in the Constitution Subcommittee on the bill. Lift Every Voice and Sing is a hymn. No way is it intended to have any differences. And when it was written in 1900, it was, Mr. Johnson himself said it was a hymn. It was a hymn for America. It's a great, great hymn. And it's a hymn that too many people don't know enough about, but if you listen to it, you read it, you understand it's about bringing all of us together. It's about forgetting about the rough road we've trod, the slavery and all the imperfections that we had, and it's saying, let's get beyond that and let's go on and let's all work together and be joyous in the future in America. It's a beautiful hymn about, not about retribution, not about memory of times past that were racist. I mean, let's be real about it. Slavery is very racist. You can't get much more racist. Maybe the Holocaust is more racist because you killed 6 million people. But when you enslave people, that is racist. So we have racism in our past. We had slavery. Slavery, S-L-A-V-E-R-Y, the opposite of freedom. Nothing left to lose. So this song is beautiful, and it's a song, a hymn, that will do much to bring our people together and to understand African Americans are nearly 20% of the population in America. I think it's maybe 18, whatever it is. That's a large share of America, and this would do a lot about recognizing African Americans as being Americans and a great large segment of America. You know, last week we had the Crown Act up, and some people talked about the Crown Act, and they said, this isn't what Americans care about. Americans care about X, Y, and Z, whatever the Republican talking points on the economy were for that day and their perspective on it. So I had a lot of African Americans let me know that that's what they care about because they get discriminated against. And there were people that the ignorance that about this issue that they exhibited when they asked about, have you ever been sued because of your hair or whatever? Well, sure you haven't, because we are Caucasians, we are the majority. But if you're African American and you've got different hair, you can and have been discriminated against, and it needs to stop. And African Americans told me this is very important to them and an important step. Just as the Crown Act is, having a hymn that it's second nature to African Americans. To many it's the Black national anthem, but it's going to be a hymn for America, and it shows we are inclusive and not trying to deal them out. I would hope this could be bipartisan. I would hope some Republicans, a lot of Republicans would vote for it and do it in the spirit of bringing us together, which this song does. And it's a beautiful song about getting out of the past, and it speaks of optimism and talks about the lessons of the dark past. But it goes on to great hope for our country and working together. And so I would hope the James Weldon Johnson Foundation is headed up in New York by Rufus Jones III, who at one time was a Memphian, and he had written me something about this, about the anthem, the hymn, and how it was originally a hymn, and it's that's what it is. So it's about healing and bringing our country together. I support the bill. I support its intent and its message, and I urge all members, Democrats and Republicans, to come together and learn our lessons from our dark past when we didn't bring people together and have a healing form of healing and bringing the country together. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For upper, does Mr. Owen seek recognition?
I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I too agree that this should be a healing conversation. Unfortunately, I don't think the last case by my friend on the other side of the aisle is going to help that case at this moment. I hope to bring us back to where we can see this as something that could be healing for us. Chairman Nadler and Ranking Member Jordan, thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on support of H.R. 301, legislation that will establish Lift Every Voice and Sing as a national hymn of the United States. During the 10 years I played in the NFL, the highs were high, the lows were low. I won some, but lost most. The one constant throughout my football career was standing on the sideline for the Star-Spangled Banner, our one and only national anthem, before every game. Even today, when I hear our national anthem, I occasionally get teary-eyed with gratitude for the sacrifice of millions of men and women of every background, creed, and color, whose love for freedom allows me today as a free man to live my American dream. My dad, my many uncles, and over 100,000 black men fought for our country in World War II. It therefore bothers me to see super wealthy, blessed athletes who are totally unaware and unappreciative of those who paid the price for them to pursue their dreams and to raise their hands in the winner's circles of their sport. They instead have been taught that it's appropriate to kneel or stretch during the Star-Spangled Banner and to disrespect our flag. When I heard that we were discussing H.R. 301 a few weeks ago, my first instinct was that I was going to be a hard no. We already have a national anthem, which I love, and to replace it or add to it a black national anthem would be extremely divisive and a non-starter for me. However, I was reminded during our hearing that the legislation before us would establish Lift Every Voice and Sing as a national hymn of the United States, not the national anthem. As I reflected on my segregated 1960s upbringing, in the shadows of Florida A&M University and HBCU, I remember the remarkable pride I felt for our country and the faith in our God when singing and hearing this hymn. It was, after all, this hymn that was sang throughout our country at every high school and every college graduation. It was this hymn that highlighted the expectations of a community whose graduation rate among black boys was higher than any other race. As I read the third verse, I think you'll understand why. And I quote, "God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, those who have brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, Keep us forever in the path, we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee. Lest our hearts drunk from the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand, true to our God, true to our native land, end of quote. That native land was one that my race fought, served, and died for. It was America. This song is one that unites instead of divides, something that is very much needed today in our country. It is due to the acknowledgement of the great uniter, our Heavenly Father. A national anthem should lead us all toward the light, regardless of our race, creed, or color. Lift every voice and sing does that. When I sing this hymn, I think of my father, who taught me to be proud of my birthright as an American. I think of my mother, who refused to acquiesce to the Jim Crow laws of those days to use a separate colored-only bathroom at gas stations as we traveled to our hometown in Texas. She taught me one of my greatest lessons, that there was absolutely no happiness in being a racist, and that I should and could choose not to be one. When I sing this hymn, I think of my proud race, historical faith in God, but also the faith of every race and people in this land, our collective freedom to worship as we choose here in America. When I sing this hymn, I also think of our founding fathers who were inspired to work through their differences and create the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States. I think of the many who paid the ultimate price for our freedom. Most of all, when I sing this hymn, I think of a loving God who blessed me in this nation I love beyond belief. It's a nation I would give my life for in a heartbeat. My friends, I believe that our nation needs a reminder of how blessed we are and an invitation to remember him who has brought us thus far. I will proudly vote in favor of H.R. 301 today. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I would like to thank Mr. Owens for his eloquent endorsement of this legislation. A hymn is a song of praise and joy, and Lift Every Voice and Sing is indeed America's foremost hymn of praise and joy. But I want to answer something that the gentleman from Ohio said, and I hope I got it wrong, but I think I got it right. He said, Democrats believe that America is an inherently racist country. But what a terrible thing to say about your fellow Americans. And it's not true, it's false. Many of the founders of our country were abolitionists from the beginning. Benjamin Franklin was an abolitionist. Tom Paine was a strong abolitionist. Even Thomas Jefferson knew that slavery was wrong. He said, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just. But Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence the key phrases that future generations of Americans would struggle to realize and concretize by transforming our social institutions. And that's the greatness of America, that successive generations of Americans have fought to create a more perfect union, have fought to make those ideals real, of all men and therefore women being created equal, of government by the people, which is in the Declaration, of the unalienable rights of people, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. All of those things have become real through the struggles of the country here in the world's greatest multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious constitutional democracy. But you know who did believe that America is inherently a racist country? The Supreme Court in the Dred Scott decision said that the Constitution is a white man's compact, and the white man does not have and will never have to respect any rights that the Black people have. The Constitution was written just for white people. It was the Supreme Court before the Civil War which took the position that the gentleman from Ohio falsely ascribes to Democrats today, people who are fighting for a just and free America for everybody. So I would strongly recommend to my colleague he go back and read the Dred Scott decision, because it was the Civil War which overthrew the Dred Scott decision and established in the 13th Amendment that we would abolish slavery, established in the 14th Amendment equal protection and due process for everyone. And the 15th Amendment tried to guarantee the right to vote against voter suppression schemes taking place at the time, like grandfather clauses, poll taxes, literacy tests, and so on. The hymn rose up in the 20th century as part of the movement for equality and civil rights. It helped to transform the meaning of America for millions and millions of people. And that's why we celebrate it. And that appears to be why some people are afraid of it. But why would we be afraid of a song of praise and joy that stands for the continuing struggle for a more perfect union, as our colleagues have said? So I think this is a great moment and opportunity for unity for everybody in the country, for solidarity for everyone about those original ideals that were written into the Declaration, even by a great founder like Thomas Jefferson, who was flawed and imperfect in his willingness to confront slavery right from the beginning, the way that other framers like Benjamin Franklin and Tom Paine and others did. So I think this is a great moment for our country that we're going to do this, and I want to salute the sponsor for doing it. And I would hope that we get a unanimous bipartisan endorsement of this for all of the reasons that Mr. Owens just stated so eloquently, and I know a lot of my other colleagues have been speaking out about. And unless anybody wants to be recognized, I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I have at the outset some questions, and I'm not sure who to direct them to, but let me start, Mr. Chairman. You've advanced the bill, and I guess the bill's sponsor is not present on the committee. Just like to, if you are inclined to respond, would like you, how does a national hymn differ from a national anthem? I looked up the words just to try to clarify it in my own mind, and what the dictionary I had available indicated, just on my phone, said that an anthem is a form of a hymn. So how is the proposed national hymn to differ from the national anthem? Mr. Chairman, are you inclined to respond?
Yes, I am inclined to answer. A hymn represents a song of joy and praise. An anthem, we already have a national anthem, which celebrates the country. And has always been recognized as a hymn from the very start.
Well, you say that, but even some of the materials from the committee staff say that, and I believe Mr. Cohen mentioned it, that that Lift Every Voice and Sing is known colloquially as the Black National Anthem.
Yes, it is.
How would you propose to that be distinguished in the minds of Americans if we already have people who consider it an anthem, and in fact a national anthem?
Although the song is most frequently associated with African American, as you said, with African American power and unity, it has been sung by people around the world. As Dr. Timothy Askew, professor at Clark Atlanta University, describes Lift Every Voice and Sing, is a song of, quote, universal uplift that extends, quote, beyond the defining lines of race and religion. It speaks to the global struggle of persevering through difficult situations and maintaining hope, even during the darkest of times. Well, as Congressman Burgess Owens wonderfully said during the subcommittee hearing on H.R. 301, the song represents all Americans.
Well, I guess it's elusive to me how Americans are to distinguish one from the other, and that's what I was seeking. I don't think those comments spoke to the distinction, but let me move on maybe and ask you something else. When would it be appropriate to feature the national anthem versus to feature the national hymn if this bill were to succeed?
They're not pitted, if the gentleman will yield.
I yield for the answer to that question.
They're not pitted against each other. H.R. 301 merely adds an additional song to our country's repertoire of nationally recognized music.
Right. I'd move past that, Mr. Chairman. The question was, when would it be appropriate for the hymn to be featured versus the anthem?
They're often, the way it's currently done is they're often played in tandem.
I see. That's more concerning to me.
As at the Super Bowl, for example, was done.
Yeah, I think I do hear that. And I'm troubled that there would be the playing effectively of two national anthems. That's exactly what my concern is. let me ask this. How many Americans, what percentage of Americans know and or have affection for Lift Every Voice and Sing?
It's a song that's been sung for 120 years. I have no idea the statistic.
Well, I think that therein lies, frankly, another problem, which is how can you justify the Congress declaring to the nation to be official a composition that you don't even know whether it's something that most Americans hold dear?
Yeah, let me just, if the gentleman will yield.
I yield for answer to that question.
The ranking member Johnson said during the hearing that the song has been sung by many notable people on many notable occasions over the last 120 years.
Right, but I've read the material, Mr. Chairman, and it's in full. And I know it's a very important song. It's an extraordinarily important song or composition to African Americans, particularly, for very good reason. What I'm asking, though, is how how we can justify, if you'd have to know, it seems to me, if you're going to declare something to be the beloved national hymn, to know whether Americans beloved it. Is that not true? Would it not does it not matter whether,
well,
let's say 20% of them, let me just pose a hypothetical and you maybe cover that as well. Let's say 20% of Americans know what this composition is. Does the fact that the other 80% of Americans don't even know this hymn cause you any pause about whether we ought to declare it to be the national hymn?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that question.
If 80% of Americans don't even know what this hymn is, never heard it before, does that not cause you pause about the legitimacy or the appropriateness of declaring it to be?
I don't know if the gentleman will yield.
I yield for the answer to that question.
I don't know where you get your statistic that 80% of Americans don't know the hymn. I don't know that anyone has taken a poll, but it's been sung at many occasions, at presidential inaugurations, at Super Bowls, at Coachellas. I presume a very large number of Americans know it. I have no statistic. I don't know that anybody's taken a poll.
My time's expired, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired, as he points out. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition? The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me also associate myself with the affirmative vote that Mr. Owens has offered, as we all have our respective different histories. Let me not disagree with the chairman, but let me just say that the Star-Spangled Banner is the anthem. It is the anthem. It is the anthem. It is the national anthem. There is no substitute for the national anthem. I love this country. I am proud to sing the national anthem. I am also recognizing the living, breathing document of the Constitution that gives everyone the freedom of speech and expression. But I want to read Alexander Hamilton. The sacred rights of mankind are not to be rummaged for among old parchments or musty records. They are written as with a sunbeam in the whole volume of human nature by the hand of the divinity itself and can never be erased, obscured by mortal power. Obviously, that is a strong recognition and investment in some of the premise of the founding of our country and the belief of a higher power. But it also says that, as I believe, the document of the Constitution is a living document. The Star-Spangled Banner was crafted in the midst of a war and the victory that was seen in the strength of the United States of America. A hymn for me is a sacred expression of what I think our whip, Majority Whip Jim Clyburn, has exhibited in his life and his history, and the way that he runs his engagement with members on both sides of the aisle, that he recognizes that there are moments that we can come together. He is a great student of history and was very thoughtful in suggesting that Lift Every Voice and Sing could be one that would draw us together. And so a hymn for me is more on the order, if you will, of bringing us of all faith, those without a commitment to faith as their Constitution allows, and lets us sing a spirited reflection of the beauty and unity of all of us. Of course, it was written in the midst and the aftermath of slavery in the midst of Jim Crow. It did have a thought of the excitement of freedom. But thank goodness for the author's understanding of what the words can do. James Weldon Johnson penned these words: "Till earth, lift every voice and sing, till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory is won." Certainly could be a song that calls us together in the aftermath of war or the aftermath of some tragedy. It emphasizes the bitterness of what has occurred, but it gives us the encouragement to let our voices ring until earth and heaven sing. This is, in essence, a hymn. The national anthem will always be the national anthem. It will be appropriate to be used as the national anthem is used. There will be no substitute for this hymn. This is a hymn that can be chosen to be utilized, if you will, chosen to be sung, chosen to bring people together, chosen to recognize some of the words, as it says, may we forever stand true to our God and true to our native land. I don't believe any of these words would in any way undermine anyone's desire to sing and to honor the national hymn.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I'd be happy to yield to the
I
gentleman.
just want to point out, in reference to Mr. Bishop's questions, that a Harris survey in 2006 found that 61% of Americans did not know the words of the Star-Spangled Banner. And that did not mean that it stopped or should stop being the national anthem. I yield back to the gentlelady.
I conclude my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that very important point. The hymn can be a rallying cry. The hymn can fit, to be honest with you, in this outrage of viciousness in Ukraine. It could be a rallying cry for people saying that we are going to survive, we are going to overcome. So with that in mind, let me ask my colleagues to vote on this legislation of healing and join our colleagues bipartisan in H.R. 301, offered by the gentleman from South Carolina, Whip James Clyburn, to lift our nation up. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I would yield to the gentleman from North Carolina if he had a quick, question.
Yeah, I was going to follow up, I think, and Mr. Chairman, if you would answer, if Mr. Roy would yield to you for the answer to this question. I guess the other thing that occurs to me is, what if Americans, if you were able to go out to Americans, actually ask them what they know or think, if they had a hymn that they held dear? I think everyone who is religious probably has a favorite hymn. Mine is not the one I'm getting ready to name, but I will bet you that if you ask that question, you'd get the answer, Amazing Grace. And so again, I don't have the stats. I mean, the problem is the proponents of the bill don't have the stats. I think you'd have to go, before you can justify declaring this on behalf of the American people, whether they know all the words to the Star-Spangled Banner or not, they certainly know the tune. I'll bet you that if you ask that question, you get a different one. I don't know all the words to Amazing Grace. But if you were to put that out, if it turned out that a vast majority of Americans, that was their favorite hymn, more so than you could identify for any other hymn, would that not mean that that ought to be the national hymn, that the one that's preferable to the most Americans?
I'll yield to the chairman.
That's your opinion.
Okay, the answer is implicitly that's not your opinion, and nor obviously are the proponents. I think that's problematic, and thank you, Mr. Roy, I yield back.
So, reclaiming my time. I am moved by the comments of my colleague from Texas, frankly, my colleague from Maryland. I think made an extraordinary number of points. I probably associate myself with almost everything you said, if not everything you said. I can't remember everything. I always want to leave my little caveat with my friend from Maryland. My friend from Utah made some exceptional points. I think my friend from North Carolina raises important point. I agree with him. I think if you were to take a poll and say, okay, are we going to have a hymn as a nation, something that I find intriguing, noting, I think, the appropriate questions that my friend from North Carolina raises about an anthem versus a hymn, and when do you play them, and what does that mean, and some confusion there. But were I choosing a hymn, it would be Just As I Am. Mine would be All Is Well. All Is Well is another great one. Leaning on the Everlasting Arm was my dad's favorite when he was going through polio as a kid. There's lots of hymns that mean a lot to us. I'm grateful that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, that we are talking about the importance of spirituality and our faith in the Almighty as a nation. I think this is a great thing to be talking about. I cannot support the measure for many of the reasons my friend from North Carolina points out in terms of the questions raised of anthem versus hymn, but also to some degree of the, for both good and bad reasons, the pedigree of the question, of the hymn in question being labeled a Black national anthem, a Negro national anthem, depending on which organizations you're talking about. Obviously, some of the actions by the National Football League in that regard. It inherently invites the question of that racial divisiveness. And I realize that the arguments my friends who support it on both sides of the aisle would be that the goal here is to bring the nation together. I want that in theory. I want that in concept. I would like to have an ongoing debate about us having a national hymn and whether that's something that would be good to bring the country together. I think that's a good thing. And it may well be that a hymn that, and many of our hymns, many of our greatest hymns, emerged from the horrors of slavery and Black Americans in this country. I would love to have that discussion, but inherent in the current action is a song that I think for many very great purposes became central for Black Americans and their fight for justice and their faith, but that has been part of a political movement that it would now be adopted by Congress as a national hymn to sit alongside, in a vague sense, the way my friend from North Carolina articulated it, next to the anthem. I find that to be a fraught with trouble with respect to divisiveness of where we come from here. I'd love to have an ongoing debate about this, unlike many of the issues in which I feel fairly passionate about and want to articulate on measures involving our border security and other issues we've talked about in civil liberties. I believe this comes from a good spirit and a good place, but I just have to respectfully disagree that this is the direction that we should go at this time. And with that, I would yield back.
The gentleman yields back who seeks recognition.
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am delighted to lift my voice in support of H.R. 301. I'm puzzled by some of the comments from some of the members on the other side of the aisle. I don't think we should take a poll to decide most popular hymn. Maybe our job in Congress is not to follow polls, but to lift up that which is excellent, that which reveals some of the core part of our history, the struggle. The pedigree of this song is our American pedigree. It is our pedigree of struggle. Struggle for equality, struggle to become a more perfect union. What better role for Congress than to lift every voice and sing this? To my colleague's point on the other side of the aisle, you're right. Too many Americans have not heard Lift Every Voice and Sing. And yet for more than 100 years, this song has provided strength to the Black community. It has provided strength to me when I sing along in church with this. Its reach could impact all Americans as our national anthem. It could unify and lift all Americans. In recent years, following the Black Lives Matter movement, pop artists have covered the songs, widening its reach. But today, we have the ability to allow the lyrics to touch even more Americans. To quote my colleague from South Carolina, Representative Clyburn, powerful hymns like Lift Every Voice and Sing can bring our country together. Isn't that our responsibility? So that's why I lend my unwavering support to Representative James Clyburn's honor of Lift Every Voice and Sing as the national hymn to bring us together in these tumultuous times. And at the risk of repeating the beautiful recitation by my colleague, Representative Jackson Lee, I do want to just read into the record the powerful opening stanza. Lift every voice and sing, till heaven and earth ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let us rejoicing rise, high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory is won. No one here looks to replace our national anthem, but rather add a hymn to the collection of powerful songs that acknowledge our history and can bring our country together. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
First of all, I want to thank Representative Owens for the beautiful rendition of that third section of the song, Lift Up and Sing. And he's absolutely correct that so many people could use God in their lives, and that reference to God has been missing in our society. And I really appreciate his heartfelt remarks and the beautiful reading of that section of the song. Thank you for doing that, Representative Owens. We had a little historical perspective earlier, and I want to lend my voice to that. In 1854, in Ripon, Wisconsin, the Republican Party was originated. The Republican Party was originated for a single purpose. It was the original single-issue party created in the United States. All men are created equal. That's our party. That was born out of saying we reject the notion that some people are less than one individual. And it's my party. Gentleman from Maryland mentioned the Dred Scott decision. The Dred Scott decision was wiped out as a result of the Republican Party 6 short years after its origins in 1854, electing the first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln said, I am going to accomplish 2 goals. I am going to preserve the Union, and I'm going to end slavery. And he did that. He wiped out the Dred Scott decision. Don't ever forget that it is our party, the Republican Party, that began that new day that's referenced in that song. And while America's never been perfect, it's acknowledged in our Constitution, in our founding documents, we continue to move in that direction where we seek that more perfect union. And it took 100 years before we got to the Civil Rights Act. But we made our country a better place. And I just wanted to share that historical perspective because so often when I go into schools, children don't realize it was the Republican Party that was originated back in 1854 that brought us all men being created equal. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Ice seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Chairman, I haven't spoken on this, but I've been aware of the bill for some time, and having spoken to the gentleman from Utah, I started listening to this hymn or this alternative national anthem, whichever you choose to call it. I find it to be an interesting work with many of the same strengths and weaknesses that our national anthem has. It doesn't sing as easy as some songs. God Bless America sings easier for almost all of us. If we could start over, which we cannot, I probably would have picked the more modern God Bless America as our national anthem, and then piled on a whole lot of really great songs that we could recognize as promoting the American spirit, promoting what is good about America, and recognizing the struggles of our country over our 245 years. We don't have that choice, and we're being asked today to call a song not a national anthem replacement, not the Black national anthem, but we're being asked to call it a hymn, because if we don't call it a hymn, then we have to admit that it's an alternative national anthem or an additional national anthem. So for that reason, I'm very conflicted on voting yes. But I would like to say and go on the record is that if it's within this committee's jurisdiction, now or in the future, I think we should take a strong look at the basic question that America should have as many ways that we recognize to speak positively about where we have been and where we are going.
Gentleman yield?
Just one moment. And where we want to go as possible. And so I do have some challenges with the idea that we haven't made a plan. Maybe that'll come out during the continued debate. I personally find nothing wrong in this song. I find nothing that wouldn't add to the popular debate. And that's what gives me the most challenge, and I yield to the chairman.
I'd simply point out to the gentleman that nothing prevents us in the future from adding additional hymns should we desire to do so.
I appreciate that, and perhaps if we added "God Bless America" and made a trifecta, we would all get across the finish line easier than we are. Because I will say, and I don't want to use even all my time, I have some consternation over the fact that we're having this kind of debate about a deeply moving and seemingly perfectly acceptable song. It doesn't come from people of slavery. It comes from a free people who adopted it as part of the continued struggle that they felt. And so I do find it interesting that we are considering a national hymn from 1901. It has been a lot of years. I don't see this as a broad popular movement, but I do see it as certainly worth our debate. And so, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I've made a lot of sense, but I've said what I feel from the heart, which is there's nothing wrong with this song. The only question I have is, do we go from one national anthem to what more or less appears to be two? And
Will the gentleman yield?
of course, I'd yield to John.
I want to thank Mr. Issa for his really thoughtful comments. I resonate with a lot of the things you say. I think if we were starting again, I would put up "This Land Is Your Land" right up against "God Bless America" as it was written by Woody Guthrie. You know,
Look, I think we get to 5, we've got a deal, right?
But let me just say this, that, you know, just to pursue a point that I took Mr. Owens to be making. You said the song was written in 1901. Is that right?
That's what I believe. It was written by high school students.
And of course, that was a time of great desperation in the African-American community, because the promises of the Constitution had been undermined and destroyed with the end of the Reconstruction period, and it was a time right at the beginning of the century of, the grandfather clauses, the literacy test, the poll taxes, mass disenfranchisement, the rise of the...
You're talking about Maryland. California wasn't doing that.
But, okay, in Maryland it was, and I am not proud of the fact, but I'm honest about the fact that it was Chief Justice Taney from Maryland who wrote the Dred Scott decision. And so, you know, each of our states, each of our communities is in a struggle for decency and for humanity, and I'm proud of where Maryland has come. I'm proud that Frederick Douglass, born into slavery in Maryland, rose up to become our great freedom fighter and abolitionist. But I just wanted to say something about what you said at the end, where you said that the people then still felt struggle, and they did. But I think we can acknowledge it was a real struggle. It wasn't just the feelings of the people. The country, over the course of the 20th century, was involved, as we continue to be involved, in a struggle to make equality real for everyone.
And I would certainly stipulate for the record that what was true in 1900 is true today, that we still struggle to be a more perfect union.
And the reason I love this is a song of joy and praise, is the joy and praise of where we've come from, who we are, and what we could become. And so, but I think it does require, as you say, an engagement with how people feel about the song, and I'm glad that you've been listening to it as I've been listening to it too.
The time of the gentleman has well expired. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Bentz seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is really just a clarification for something you just said, Mr. Chair, that we could add any number of other and additional national hymns. And I just would take you to line 14 on page 3 of the bill, which says that lift our voice and sing is designated as the national hymn.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, well, I just want to ask if you would change the word "the" to "a."
No, because we could add additional anthems through separate bills. This bill is for this anthem. Hymn. We could add additional hymns through separate bills. This bill refers to just the one.
Mr. Chair.
That's why I said we can add additional hymns in the future, and I meant by additional bills, which we certainly can do at any time.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that thought, but are we going to also say in those other bills that they will also be the national hymn?
It would be, yes, the bills could so provide.
Okay, so what you're saying then, I just want to be clear on this, that this is not the national hymn, it's just one of possibly
At the moment, if the bill passes, at the moment, it would be the national hymn. If future bills pass, it would be one of several national hymns.
Then, Mr. Chair, may I ask why you wouldn't change the word "the" to "a"?
Because right now, we don't need to do that. If you have a different anthem if you have a different hymn in mind, introduce a bill, it will be considered.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to avoid the confusion that's likely to come up when we do have that additional bill introduced, and we're trying to figure out which one is actually the national hymn, and I'm just trying to be clear on this. And so you're saying that for the time being, until another bill comes along, this is but when another comes along, it will become a national.
That's right.
Hymn. Thank you. I yield back.
If Congress approves that bill. If Congress makes such a decision, yes.
Gentlemen, yield before.
I will yield. So
I would point out in response to the colloquy between you and the chairman, the chairman's stating only a truism. Anything that we pass into law is capable of being changed into some other law. But the debate has more, it sort of add to my consternation more than relieved it. I mean, that's right. I seldom have occasion to wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Raskin, but this land is my land, this land is yours. That's a fantastic one. I was reminded of another one, and I was just looking at Wikipedia. It's called The House I Live In. It became a Sinatra standard. Tremendous thing, and I was just learning about it as I looked on Wikipedia. The music was written by a communist. And the verses included some on racial disharmony and its injustice. And it's quite beautiful. But that was in it, and it's, these things come in and out of favor, but there's some really enduring standards that are about the experience of America. America the beautiful, this land is, I don't even know what the right name of that one, Mr. Raskin, is. This land is your land, this land is my land. But and maybe I'll stop by, since I've taken your time, I'm sorry, Mr. Bentz, certainly you can reclaim it if you wish, but Ms. Dean said she was just, didn't even understand what we might be thinking over here, and that we ought to sort of dictate this to the American people, whether they know and love this song, this hymn and what it expresses or not. I think there are some things, I wouldn't say that we're not a pure democracy, we're a republic. And I appreciate, to the extent she's suggesting that, reinforcing that idea. They send representatives to Washington to exercise our best judgment on behalf of the American people. But I don't think that means we dictate to the American people what their favorite hymn should be.
Would the gentleman yield?
And so it's not my time to yield. I'll just finish the point that I was making, and that is, I just, to those who say, gosh, I don't know, never have asked, never have taken a poll to find out how many Americans value this hymn. I just think or who thinks America the Beautiful is a better choice, or any kind of a competition.
Mr. Bishop,
I yield back. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. I yield to Mr. Owens.
I just want to real quickly, this is a remarkably good conversation, and one in which we see both sides. First of all, this is a great hymn, but there's concerns about where does this take us. We can jointly say that this would work as long as we have the latitude to add other hymns. I think very simply just say A as opposed to D. It's a simple fix in my mind, but it allows many others who have these concerns to know that we have another option, another way of bringing good hymns to the picture. So I will stick with my yes, but I would hope that you actually get more and more yes by letting us add A to this amendment.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it just seemed appropriate to maybe offer the committee. Obviously, the discussion is something that when I became aware that the bill was moving forward, the first question I asked was, is this the only one then, or could there be other hymns? I thought maybe there were other hymns already that I was unaware of, and it turned out that there wasn't. But I just wanted to relay to the committee, this past fall, I was fortunate enough to be asked to represent the House at Senator Bob Dole's funeral in town here. And one of the things that caught me off guard, and I think many other members of Congress and the public that attended Senator Dole's funeral, was that entertainer Lee Greenwood was actually there. And at the end of the service, came out and sang "I'm Proud to Be an American," which I realize is a more modern pop song. But it was something really to witness, is that the entire congregation came to their feet and all sang in unison. It was very moving. It was very moving. And then I might be one of the only Americans in the entire country that experienced this. My son Connor and I then attended the Army-Navy game the next day up at the Meadowlands. And towards the end of the game, Lee Greenwood came out again and sang, "I'm proud to be an American." And the entire stadium came to their feet, as if it was the national anthem. So I guess my point is not to just relay that kind of amazing experience to see Lee Greenwood sing that 2 days in a row, but you know, I think songs and hymns, whether they're pop songs or traditional hymns, represent a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and it can be very unifying. So I would be really concerned if we went down the path of just a group or members of Congress sitting here in D.C. selecting kind of what we thought would be appropriate for the entire country.
Gentleman, yield for a
Would
question.
the gentleman yield?
Gentleman, yield for a question.
I do.
Do you know Bruce Springsteen? You ever heard of him?
I have.
Born in the USA?
Yeah.
That be a possibility? I yield
That's
back.
right.
Would the gentleman yield?
So yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd simply point out in reference to your comment a moment ago that the Star-Spangled Banner was written in 1814. It was not adopted as the national anthem by act of Congress until 1931. So until 1931, we did not have a national anthem. It's only since 1931 that we've had a national anthem. Congress could, if it wished, I wouldn't support it, but Congress could, if it wished, enact an additional national anthem. We're proposing a national hymn, and Congress, if it wants to in the future, can propose additional national hymns. The process is exactly the same. The precedent is Congress adopting the Star-Spangled Banner as the national anthem. We're not proposing that there be a second national anthem, though we could do that if we wanted to, as Congress has the power to do that. But we are proposing a national hymn. And as we said, the hearing that was held was on Lift Every Voice and Sing, and if some people at some point in the future want an additional national hymn, they can propose that, and we'd have to hold another hearing and see what the will of Congress was. I yield back.
In reclaiming my time. So, I mean, God Bless America has come up numerous times today. It's something that is observed here in this country, sometimes in the middle of a seventh inning stretch. People, they have somebody, I know in Milwaukee, it happens where they have somebody sing God bless America. I mean, the point is, I think somebody that's very supportive of this bill today I think, handed us a way of making sure that the bill can move forward by accepting a very minimal, simple change. And I wish the committee would entertain it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 301 is amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass?
Aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries?
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Dimmings?
Aye.
Ms. Dimmings votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath?
McBath votes aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates?
No.
Mr. Buck votes
How am I
no.
recorded? Mr. Chair, how am I recorded?
Mr. Buck, you're recorded as no.
I am no, yes, thank you.
Mr. Gates?
Mr. Gates is the no.
Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of
Thank you.
Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop?
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach?
No.
Ms. Fishwalk votes no. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye.
Has Mr. Correa been recorded?
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye.
How is Swalwell recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
Aye.
How is Cicilline recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you'll have to turn your camera on.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Cicilline, you are not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye.
How is Mr. Liu recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye.
How is Johnson recorded?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia, you are not recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 26 ayes and 11 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill as amended is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4330, the Protect Reporters from Exploitative State Spying Act, or the Press Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 4330 to maintain the free flow of
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 4330, the Protect Reporters from Exploitative State Spying Act, or the Press Act, would ensure that the press can engage in effective journalism while reducing the risk of putting themselves or their confidential sources, upon whom they often rely to bring critical stories to the public's attention, in legal jeopardy. Specifically, the Press Act would create a strong but qualified federal statutory privilege that protects journalists from being compelled by the federal government to reveal confidential sources and information. The bill also allows the government to defeat this privilege under certain circumstances where a court determines that the disclosure is necessary to prevent or identify any perpetrator of an act of terrorism or to prevent the threat of imminent violence, significant bodily harm, or death, and then only after the journalist is provided notice and an opportunity to be heard before the court. Additionally, the bill prohibits the federal government from compelling an electronic service provider that stores a journalist's information to disclose that information, as well as information relating to the journalist's personal account or technology device to the government. The government can defeat this privilege only if a court determines that there is a reasonable threat of imminent violence absent the information's disclosure and subject to notice and other requirements and exceptions. The Press Act is necessary and long overdue legislation. Over the past several decades, presidential administrations of both parties have attempted to crack down on leaks of classified information to media outlets, and these investigations have included efforts to obtain journalist records. Most recently, the Washington Post, the New York Times, and CNN reported last year that the Department of Justice under the Trump administration sought the information and records of their reporters. Previously, during the Obama administration, the department reportedly searched Fox News reporter Jeffrey Rosen's emails and even listed him as a co-conspirator in an Espionage Act case against the source of leaked information. These and other recent episodes further illustrate the need for stronger federal protections for journalists and their sources. Indeed, one of the most critical roles that the free press plays in our democracy is informing the public about the functioning of government and the policymaking process, including allegations of wrongdoing or incompetence. Yet the press's ability to serve this function would be seriously eroded if it cannot obtain complete and accurate information about the inner workings of the government. H.R. 4330 would protect the journalist's ability to bring these important stories to the public's attention. Stories that frequently hinge on protecting the identity of confidential sources without unwarranted interference by the federal government. The lack of a federal press shield law is quite striking given the broad and bipartisan support for such laws across the country. 40 states and the District of Columbia have enacted press shield laws, while other states afford similar privileges through their state constitutions and common law. There has also been longstanding and bipartisan support in Congress for federal protections. For example, former Vice President Mike Pence, when he was a member of this committee in 2005, introduced the Free Flow of Information Act, which was very similar in concept to H.R. 4330. That legislation subsequently passed the House twice, in the 110th and 111th Congresses, the first time by a 398 to 21 vote, and the second time by voice vote. Unfortunately, the Senate never took action, but I am pleased that efforts to advance this legislation in the House have continued. In fact, Congressman Raskin and Ranking Member Jordan introduced a version of the Free Flow of Information Act as recently as 2017. I want to thank Mr. Raskin and Congressman Ted Lieu for all of their work in developing the Press Act, which is an updated version of the Free Flow of Information Act that offers even stronger protections to journalists while accounting for more contemporary understanding of journalism in the digital age. The need for this legislation is as great as when it was first introduced in its earlier form many years ago. It is my hope that it will continue to have bipartisan support, and I urge all my colleagues to support this important legislation. Without objection, a letter in support of H.R. 4330 from former House Judiciary Committee Chairman Bob Goodlatte and former committee member Rick Bauscher, written on behalf of Protect the First, will be made a part of the record. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the chairman's remarks. I do think this is legislation that is long due, time to pass. We should all support this legislation and the important protections it provides for journalists. There's a reason why the founders chose to enshrine freedom of the press in the First Amendment to the Constitution. It's that important. Over the years, versions of this bill have received widespread support from across the political spectrum, as the chairman mentioned. In fact, the first version of this bill was introduced, as the chairman indicated, by former Vice President Pence when he was a member of this committee. Liberty depends on freedom of the press, whether it's Tucker Carlson, James O'Keefe, Glenn Greenwald, Cheryl Atkinson, or Bob Woodward. Good reporters are those who are committed to holding the government accountable. Journalists are often the first to expose government abuses, waste, fraud, and encroachment on personal freedoms. And a critical aspect of freedom of the press is the pursuit of truth without government entanglements or intimidation. Administrations have been guilty of unjustly targeting journalists, but none in recent years more so than the Obama administration, whose control on the flow of information has been described as, quote, the most aggressive since the Nixon administration. And the current administration isn't proving itself to be much better. In fact, just last month, we learned that the Biden Justice Department targeted Project Veritas, a news organization specializing in undercover journalism. Project Veritas was subjected to an extensive investigation by the FBI, including having its emails seized on Microsoft servers. In a free country, we need to make sure that the government cannot unmask journalist sources without good cause. This bill provides those protections, and it is time we get this legislation signed into law. I urge support for the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4330 offered.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I recognize myself to explain the amendment. This amendment makes several minor clarifications to the underlying legislation. Among these minor changes is a clarification to Section 4's limitation on compelled disclosure from covered service providers that makes it clear the limitation applies to information stored by a covered service provider on behalf of a covered journalist. The ANS also adds language to the bill's disclosure exceptions for the imminent risk of death or serious bodily harm that makes it clear that the scope of the exception includes certain specified offenses against a minor as defined in the relevant law. The bill's current language already would have covered those offenses, but the provisions contained in this amendment may make it even clearer that those offenses against the minor are included in the disclosure exception. With that, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I yield back the balance of my time. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does, who's seeking recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4330, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Page 1, line 9, insert after reports.
The amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually like the bill. I think it's a good bill. It's unfortunate that we need the bill. It really is. The only thing I'm trying to do is add one word on line 9, and also again in the second on page 3, line 5. You iterate, for instance, on a covered journalist, a whole series of activities that we would say a journalist who's engaged in these activities would be protected. I'm including the term investigates. The idea being, I just think that if you're investigating something, you may not have actually.
I like your amendment. I'm happy to accept it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Eskin. Appreciate it.
Are there any further, the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments in the nature of a substitute, to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? If not, without object, what? Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes obviously have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any other amendments? There being no other amendments, the question occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 4330 is amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably. The bill is reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7072, the NDO Fairness Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7072, to amend Title 18 United States Code to modify delayed notice requirements.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. The NDO Fairness Act is bipartisan legislation that would establish important guardrails for when the government seeks to access someone's electronic communications without that person's knowledge. Under current law, after the government obtains a court's permission under the Stored Communications Act to search the contents of a person's electronic communications, prosecutors must then compel the email service provider to produce the relevant data. To avoid having the service provider turn around and tell its customers about the search, the government can also ask the court to grant a non-disclosure order, or NDO, colloquially referred to as a secrecy or gag order. When the order is granted, the provider, be it Apple, Google, Microsoft, or a similar company, is unable to inform anyone of the search, even a company attorney in the case of corporate clients. Right now, there is no time limit to these orders. There is no standard to meet. All the government needs to do is cite one of 5 potential adverse results, with no showing that it is necessary, and the court may grant the request. Prosecutors frequently seek secrecy orders in cases where there is clearly no need, and in situations where the government alone benefits. The NDO Fairness Act would insert balance into a system that for too long has been a free-for-all for government prosecutors. By time-limiting non-disclosure orders, raising the standard of review, and ensuring that service providers have standing when they object, this bill inserts transparency, reason, and fairness into a system that has been abused simply by virtue of it being too easy to overuse. Rather than providing Americans with meaningful notice that their private electronic records are being accessed in a criminal investigation, the Department of Justice has too often hidden behind its ability to ask third-party providers directly. This denies American citizens, companies, and institutions their basic day in court, and instead allows the department to gather its evidence entirely in secret. When the Stored Communications Act was first passed in 1986, computers used floppy disks to store information. The first PC virus was just getting started, and we were 6 years away from dial-up internet becoming commercially available for the first time. But the world has changed a lot since 1986. Brick-and-mortar stores have given way to e-commerce, and the pandemic has forced us to conduct even more of our businesses and our daily lives on the internet and in the cloud. What was once the occasional email is now the basis for so much of our communication that the average American spends over 7 hours each day looking at a screen or working in a virtual office. The world has changed, but unfortunately the law governing searches of electronic communications has not. With advancements in technology and the related surge in electronic correspondence, federal prosecutors have increasingly relied on the Stored Communications Act and the archaic protections built into that law to search emails. Non-disclosure orders, for example, constituted on average 1/4 to 1/3 of all legal demands Microsoft received between 2016 and 2021. Apple receives an average of 7 to 8 orders with NDOs attached every day. Google is under 130,000 NDOs today. Meta averages more than 100,000 requests per year, and in the first half of 2021, 70% of the 63,657 search requests Meta received included gag orders. But unlike when a physical search occurs and a person has the right to go to court to dispute the warrant, NDOs can keep the subject of the search in the dark until a court reverses the order. In the 21st century, federal prosecutors no longer need to show up to your office. They just need to raid your virtual office. Although the Department of Justice in 2017 issued updated guidelines for prosecutors requesting secrecy orders, which included a 1-year time limit for secrecy order requests, the government continues to request NDOs at a high rate. When this committee held a hearing on the issue of non-disclosure order abuses, every witness from both the majority and the minority agreed that the system to obtain a secrecy order is nothing more than a rubber stamp, rather than a meaningful process that protects Americans' civil liberties. Last year, secrecy orders came under scrutiny after we learned that the DOJ used them to conceal investigations into journalist sources, including hiding its search of the emails of members of Congress, their staff, and their families. The NDO Fairness Act would do away with that rubber stamp by ensuring that courts apply a strict scrutiny standard to government requests with a written determination explaining their reasoning. Gag orders would be granted for a much shorter time period, with the opportunity for extensions only as necessary. And when the orders expire or are no longer necessary, the government would need to provide to the customer the warrant, details regarding the search, and a copy of any information disclosed. The bill requires the government to show and the courts to be convinced that the secrecy order is actually needed, rather than allowing both to treat this as a check-the-box activity. H.R. 7072 also contains protections for service providers by establishing standing for companies served with gag orders to protest the orders in court and allowing providers to notify certain individuals of the NDO for the purposes of obtaining advice. Finally, this legislation also requires an annual report to Congress by the Attorney General, which will provide crucial data on the use of NDOs. There are many people who have followed this issue closely who are concerned about government abuse of the Stored Communications Act. I am one of them. But those are bigger fights for another day. What we are doing here is instituting a narrow, elegant solution to a specific problem. If history and recent reporting has taught us anything, it is that we cannot trust the Department of Justice, under any administration, to police itself. It is imperative that the committee fulfill its role and ensure our laws are keeping pace with rapidly changing technology. We need to guard against future overreach of federal prosecutors by implementing reform now. I am proud to join with my colleague, Congressman Fitzgerald, and our other bipartisan co-sponsors to find some common ground on this important issue, and I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Fourth Amendment guarantees to all of us the right to be free of unreasonable government searches and seizures. Currently, the laws governing how the Fourth Amendment is applied in the digital context are the Wild West. The rules are applied arbitrarily, and the Justice Department is largely making it up as they go. The key legislation, as you mentioned, in this space is the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, which was written in 1986 and did not take into account all the advances in digital communications that have occurred since then. The iPhone, for example, didn't show up for 2 decades after this law was written. The committee has in recent years passed major reforms to overhaul the ECPA, ECPA. Those bills never made it into law. We should get to work on moving major legislation to protect privacy. For now, though, the bill before us today is a welcome opportunity to address the threat to our constitutional freedoms. Currently, with a disturbing amount of frequency, the Justice Department asks third parties to turn over individuals' electronic communications and records and institutes a gag order preventing them from telling the user. According to Microsoft, as the chairman mentioned, federal law enforcement has consistently presented them with 2,400 to 3,500 secrecy orders each year, or 7 to 10 per day, representing 1/4 to 1/3 of all the legal demands they've received. The government is rifling through your personal information. You should have the right to know about it. But frequently, the government obtains a court order to secretly demand the communications of American citizens from their service providers like Verizon and Microsoft and Google, and then prevents those companies from ever letting anyone know, including their customers who are the subject of the government's investigation. That's right, some gag orders, as the chairman mentioned, do not contain a time limit, which is not required under current law, and they are essentially forever hiding government-sanctioned snooping on Americans' private information. And these orders are often approved by a rubber stamp process that goes unchallenged because we have not updated ECPA. This bill takes a major step in addressing the government's abuse of gag orders. I urge support for the legislation and yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 706.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will recognize myself to explain the amendment. This amendment in the nature of a substitute streamlines the MDO Fairness Act by making technical changes to clarify the Attorney General's reporting requirements in Section 4 and ensuring consistent terminology throughout the bill. It also expands the maximum time for non-disclosure orders and extensions of those orders from 30 to 60 days. This additional time will allow for a reduced burden on both the court system and federal prosecutors and ensure a smooth transition from the current system to one that has an appropriate level of checks and balances. I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back the balance of my time. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Mr. Fitzgerald seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to be recognized to make a statement about the bill.
Gentleman is recognized.
We live in a technological age that has given the government easy access to personal email and phone records without adequate protections for individuals being investigated. The legal protections available to Americans fail to provide a meaningful check against the government when it demands your data. Schools, local governments, universities, small businesses, Fortune 500 companies have all had their data swept up by investigators. Under current law, prosecutors can request the subject's electronic communications data, such as email, phone records, and others from third-party servers as well, even when the subject is not suspected of wrongdoing. There's very little opportunity for citizens to challenge such requests because prosecutors silence the third parties. Providers using non-disclosure orders can block them from notifying their customers. The DOJ used secrecy orders against Project Veritas after a U.S. district judge rejected the DO's argument to ignore Project Veritas' journalistic privileges, quote unquote. The DOJ then went behind the judge's back to obtain an extension on 2 sealed non-disclosure orders from a magistrate judge to conceal the fact that they had already had unsupervised and unfettered access to privileged emails and contacts of 8 Project Veritas journalists. The bill reins in prosecutorial abuse and executive branch overreach by strengthening standards prosecutors must meet when seeking to place NDOs on service providers. Instead of simply checking a box, prosecutors will now be required to show why there is a need for these orders. With the Biden administration's DOJ and our concerns about them targeting parents and expressing their concern with their children's curriculum, This is a necessary piece of legislation to enforce constitutional protections for Americans who face federal surveillance. I want to thank the chairman for finding common ground on this important issue, and I'm proud to support the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Stanton seek recognition?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
In June of last year, this committee held a hearing on the Department of Justice's use of court-ordered gag orders, or NDOs, when investigating leaks of classified information to journalists and media outlets. At that hearing, members of this committee heard testimony that the DOJ is not, in fact, using these NDOs in limited circumstances, but rather issuing thousands of these secrecy orders every year. Of course, if the government were to come to your home to search through your papers in your file cabinet, investigators must give you a copy of the search warrant. But when the government obtains a search order under the Stored Communications Act, they may not have to tell you they've requested access to your emails or other data. And further, under that same law, the government may obtain an NDO to prohibit providers like Apple, Microsoft, or Google from notifying you that investigators are searching through your cloud-based cabinets. So I'd like to thank the chair of this committee and the gentleman from Wisconsin for introducing this important bipartisan legislation that will make smart reforms to the NDO process and to end government abuse of these gag orders, while still allowing the DOJ the tools it needs to conduct investigations vital to our national security. Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter and blog post from the Electronic Frontier Foundation in support of this important legislation.
Without objection.
With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7072, offered by Mr. Bishop.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman will explain his amendment.
I thank the chairman, and my amendment would, of course, the essence of what is happening here in the bill, which I very much support, is that to the extent notification to the target of the warrant order subpoena is deferred 60 days at a time, this attempts to put some more process in to assure that that won't go on forever. But it does, the bill as drafted does allow it to go on indefinitely, because the 60-day orders for delay can be renewed every 60 days without limit. And we've seen in the Crossfire Hurricane FISA application process that there were essentially wrote extensions, applications for extension. The court allowed multiple times based on information that was not properly predicated. And just making the court enter findings, I don't think is adequate at some point. And so my amendment would provide a cap of a year. So every 60 days, the bill as proposed would require going back to a judge and getting these findings and conclusions. In other words, to provide scrutiny of the request for the extension of this non-disclosure period. But if you don't ever cut it off, you never offer the assurance that this ever ends. And so that's the essence of the amendment.
Mr. Biggs, will you just yield for a question on the amendment?
I will.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bishop. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. And thank you. I obviously strongly support this bill and so glad that it's bipartisan. And the one thing about the amendment that I wonder is, I agree these sort of unnecessary, incessant, permanent delays are obviously a problem. But what would happen in the circumstances if there was actually a national security reason for maintaining the privacy, or it was an ongoing investigation that was going on longer than anticipated? Wouldn't it require ultimately the disclosure of those in those circumstances?
I mean,
Might that be a problem?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Cicilline, it's a fair point, but at some point in time, you're required to choose your poison, right? I mean, is there ever a time when you would say it has gone on too long? That really is, I wouldn't, I'm not necessarily rigidly tied to the idea of a year, but a year is a long time on the premise that something's already been delayed 60 days beyond the time it would, be immediate or contemporaneous. And then you got another 60 days, you got another 60 days, you're out to a year. Would it be 2 years or 18 months? I'd be glad to entertain an alternative, but I do think at some point you have to say the entitlement to some process finally takes precedence. Even if you've got a concern like that, Mr. Cicilline. So I'd concede to you the problem, but I think the other problem has to be attended to somehow.
But I feel you have one more question.
Yes, sir.
I mean, my understanding, though, is in each of those extensions, the party would be required to prove to the judge again the necessity of the non-disclosure. So presumably, if the circumstances changed, that would no longer be permitted.
Presumably, Mr. Cicilline, but I mean that if we take, and I wish I could sum it up, there seems like there's some precedent on no-knock warrants that is similar, but if you take the Crossfire Hurricane situation, they were making additional showings, and a court was taking those showings. Whether the problem was at the court or the problem was with the applicant for the order, and certainly we know it was with the applicant at this point in time, whether the court also had a failing there, some people could maybe reasonably disagree, but the point is those things were going on. You had a renewal process, and yes, the showings are required to be made, but they could be, there's any of those processes can have a defect, even in the information provided, whether there's pretext, whether someone has some other motivation going on other than an honest one, or if the court doesn't give it searching review and treats it as perfunctory, all of those things. And that's the thing, at some point I think you've got to establish an outer limit. That's and again, with conceding the premise of your inquiry, I hope that folks would join me in saying there's got to be an outer limit. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Although obviously well-intended, the fact is, as we all know, as I'm sure the gentleman would agree, NDOs are currently overused, and we anticipate this bill will substantially curtail the use in cases where gag order is clearly unnecessary, such as when there's been a physical search or when the search subject already knows of the investigation. But there are some military investigations, national security investigations, which take longer than a year, which legitimately take longer than a year, and to artificially cut them off at a specific time would be wrong. The protections of the bill sharply step up the protections under current law, as they should, and I believe would establish sufficient judicial review every 60 days to maintain the privacy interests, but to have an artificial cutoff of 1 year when a national security investigation might take more than a year would be harmful to national security and unjustified, given the fact that we are putting in all these safeguards which haven't existed before in law. I yield back. Are there any further discussion? Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the vote occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. For what purpose does Mr. Cicilline seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for championing this bipartisan legislation that is so vital to protecting the due process and privacy rights of all Americans. I'm thankful it was brought to today's markup because I don't think we should wait one more day to ensure these protections in light of reports we have seen in the last year. Under current law, prosecutors are allowed to subpoena a person's email and phone records, even if that person isn't suspected of any wrongdoing. Prosecutors can go straight to the person's service providers to obtain these records. And to make matters worse, the government can send gag orders with these subpoenas that prevent service providers from telling the targets, which can be journalists, government representatives, schools, companies, and countless others, that their information has been given over to the government. Everything is done in total secrecy, and the service providers can't do anything about it. And of course, I'm sure there are situations when such a gag order would be necessary, like in cases where national security could be seriously threatened if someone learned of an investigation, but that's not what we're talking about today. Reports have showed that these gag orders are not only saved for the most serious of situations, but instead have been used routinely and are frequently rubber stamped by courts with shockingly inadequate process and without necessary guardrails. This is not right. The NDO Fairness Act will help us to reverse course and safeguard the privacy of American citizens. This bill eliminates the rubber stamp process that has governed email and phone records requests for far too long by requiring that prosecutors clearly demonstrate why there is a need to withhold information from the targets of these requested subpoenas. It also requires a written determination from a court that the gag order is necessary to prevent an adverse consequence, like a threat to national security, and also establishes time limitations for such gag orders and subsequent notification requirements once the orders expire. This bill is necessary, and as we've seen from reporting, very long overdue. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation and encourage every one of my colleagues on this committee to support it today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If no one else seeks recognition, for what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is belatedly recognized.
Just making sure there's no one else who's seeking recognition on my side of the aisle. The legislation, I mean, it seems to me obviously something we all agree on. I think our side is trying to make some modest improvements to it. We're...
Mr. Roy, would you like me to ask you a couple of questions to fill the time? You look like,
I mean,
isn't this a nice moment of bipartisanship?
I would love to engage in colloquy with my
I yield back. I'm not going to be that helpful.
You know, the importance of the legislation, H.R. 7072 sets limits on when a governmental entity may delay notifying an individual when the entity assesses the individual's private electronic communications, for example, email, and when a governmental entity obtains a non-disclosure order for the service provider. You know, frequently the government obtains DOJ a court order to secretly demand the communications of American citizens from their service providers like Verizon and Microsoft, and then prevent those companies from, ever letting anyone know, including their customers who are subject to the government's investigation. Some gag orders do not contain a time limit, which is not required under current law, and they're essentially forever hiding government-sanctioned snooping on Americans' private information. So I'm glad that we've got some bipartisan agreement on this important topic. This bill requires the government to notify the target of its gag order not later than 72 hours after its expiration and provide detailed information like the specific nature of the government's investigation. I think my friend from Arizona might have some things he might want to add to this, so I'll yield to my friend from Arizona.
Thank you, and when it is appropriate, I will let the committee know I have an amendment at the desk.
I'll yield my time back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7072, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Page 3, line 6. Insert after by the following, at least two methods which shall be. Page 10, line 8, insert after by the following, at least two methods which shall be.
The gentleman, the amendment shall be amendment shall be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the underlying bill. My amendment here is actually trying to provide an additional layer of protection. This is something I think will actually strengthen the bill. Currently, the bill requires
the gentleman yield.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We agree it would strengthen the bill, and we're prepared to accept the amendment.
Well, then
And I'm prepared to withdraw my point of order.
Oh, yes.
Mr.
The
Chairman,
point of order
I
is-
move that we immediately vote and call the question on this amendment.
We will. On the amendment, all in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes obviously have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question occurs on the amendment in the nature.
One more.
Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have one more amendment to offer.
Okay, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7072.
The amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple. It simply amends sections 2 and 3 of the bill so that the non-disclosure order or the extension of that order lasts for only 30 days rather than 60 days. I would prefer to see that as short as possible. I appreciate that the bill already reduces the length of the non-disclosure to 60 days. However, because of the significant impact that non-disclosure can have, I think that 30 days is sufficient time for the order. I would note that the change to 30 days simply returns the bill to the original language of the bill as introduced, and that the chairman's own press release, that's where you were talking about. I recognize now, I understand the concerns that you have, that there's going to be more likelihood, for instance, that the court would just immediately rubber stamp these if it's a short order because they don't want to get into the dealing with this. With that, Mr. Chairman, I do think this is a serious issue. I think we should find other ways to shorten this period as much as possible. But I know that everyone would be thrilled if I withdrew this amendment, except me. But I'm going to go ahead and withdraw it anyway, Mr. Chairman.
Withdraw it before I even objected to it. That's good.
Yeah.
The amendment is withdrawn. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, the question occurs on the amendment nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment nature of a substitute is agreed to. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 7072 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes obviously have it. The bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1924, the Kenneth P. Thompson Begin Again Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
HR 1924 to provide first-time,
Without
low-level.
objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'll begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 1924, the Kenneth P. Thompson Begin Again Act, is bipartisan legislation that would provide greater opportunities for certain people with a federal misdemeanor drug possession offense to have their record expunged. It is named after Brooklyn's first black district attorney, Kenneth P. Thompson, who served from 2014 until his life was sadly cut short in 2016 after a bout with cancer. He had dedicated his life to racial justice, particularly in our criminal justice system. During his time in office, he fought to lessen the penalties for low-level offenders in a variety of ways. Among the many causes he fought for, he believed in the power of second chances, and he thought that people should have the opportunity to overcome past mistakes. That is why it is fitting that this legislation is named in his honor. The collateral consequences of a conviction for drug possession, even a misdemeanor offense, can be devastating. For individuals with a criminal record, it can be difficult or impossible to vote, to obtain educational loans, to get a job, to maintain a professional license, to secure housing, to receive government assistance, or even to adopt a child. These exclusions create an often permanent second-class status for millions of Americans. We had a healthy debate on the House floor last week about the direction of our federal policy with respect to marijuana. But this bill does not change any underlying offenses with respect to marijuana or any other substance. It simply recognizes that once someone has fulfilled the terms of their sentence, a low-level drug offense should not follow him around like a scarlet letter. Existing law provides for expungement of certain drug possession offenses under limited circumstances. The Kenneth B. Thompson Begin Again Act makes a minor but important change that would allow many more people to benefit from this critical provision. Current law provides for the expungement of a federal misdemeanor drug possession offense if the defendant has no prior convictions for federal or state drug offenses, is placed on prejudgment probation for 1 year or less, does not violate a condition of probation, has the proceedings against them dismissed by the court, is discharged from probation, and was less than 21 years old at the time of the offense. H.R. 1924 would simply remove the age cap, expanding the availability of expungement to anyone who otherwise meets the requirements of this provision. This bipartisan legislation makes a modest but critically important change to the law that has the potential to improve the lives of millions of Americans. I want to thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries, for introducing this bill and for his dedication to criminal justice reform. I also thank the co-sponsors on both sides of the aisle who worked with him on this important legislation, and I urge all members to support the bill. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill is well-intentioned but misguided. Current law allows for first-time drug possession charges to be expunged if the crime occurred before the offender was 21. This legislation would allow expungements for first-time possession charges at any age. A number of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle support this legislation. I think their hearts are in the right place. One mistake should not ruin someone's life. The problem with this legislation is not that it gives folks who made a mistake a second chance. The problem is that it could incentivize more drug use. This legislation would take away a strong disincentive to use illegal drugs in the first place. It's one thing to expunge these crimes for people under 21 who do not fully grasp the consequences of their reckless behavior, but we cannot put the high schooler caught with marijuana on the same level as the 50-year-old caught with cocaine. Furthermore, the bill only addresses prosecutions at the federal level, where simple possession charges are rarely brought in the first place. In 2020, the United States Sentencing Commission reported that nearly 17,000 defendants were sentenced for drug crimes. Of those, only 439 were sentenced for simple drug possession. That's only 2.5% of all federal drug convictions. According to the 2016 review of 2013 data for simple marijuana possession, over 90% of the offenders were apprehended at the U.S.-Mexican border, and over 90% of those apprehended at the border were non-U.S. citizens. Why would we want to expunge drug charges for people who enter our country illegally? The Sentencing Commission found that those apprehended along the border were in possession of much larger amounts of marijuana than those apprehended anywhere else in the nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. We're having some technical problems, so we will take a brief recess.
Please enter the meeting passcode.
Committee will come to order, and without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. Are there any amendments to H.R. 1924? For what purposes does Mr. Jeffrey seek recognition?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for your leadership. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Today, we are here to mark up H.R. 1924, the bipartisan and bicameral Kenneth P. Thompson Begin Again Act, which would expand eligibility for record expungement under federal law, allowing judges to give more Americans a second chance to pursue a productive life. Ken Thompson was Brooklyn's first African-American district attorney and a transformational figure in the fight for public safety and criminal justice reform in this country. During his tenure, he implemented a groundbreaking policy to refrain from prosecuting low-level marijuana possession arrests in order to spare young people from the considerable burden of a criminal record. Tragically passed away in 2016 was deeply committed to giving every single person an opportunity to begin again and fill out and pursue the American dream. I was honored to introduce this legislation in Congress to help carry forward his remarkable legacy and, most importantly, strike the right balance between public safety and the opportunity for a second chance. The Kenneth P. Thompson Begin Again Act amends 18 U.S.C. 3607, which was originally signed into law by President Ronald Reagan in 1984. As currently written, the law provides for the expungement of a simple possession offense if the defendant has no prior convictions for federal or state drug offenses, is placed on pre-judgment probation at the court's discretion, and has the proceedings against them dismissed by the court, and was less than 21 years old at the time of the offense. Today, the statute provides young people found guilty of simple possession, often of marijuana, a second chance to become a law-abiding member of society without the weight of a federal conviction on their back. Kenneth P. Thompson Begin Again Act will build upon this Reagan-era law by removing the age cap to provide a meaningful benefit for all Americans, regardless of age. This makes sense because older individuals are shown to have lower levels of recidivism and are no less deserving of an opportunity to turn their lives around without the impediment of a criminal record. This is crucial. A criminal record, even for a low-level nonviolent offense, can create serious obstacles to individuals as they try to establish housing, employment, and other key pillars of pursuing the American dream. Expanding eligibility for expungement of the simple possession offense to include individuals who were 21 or older at the time is a common sense step we can take to reduce recidivism and make our communities safer by giving individuals a better chance to keep that one mistake that they have made from becoming a lifelong pattern. That is why this legislation has broad support from law enforcement, including the Association of Prosecuting Attorneys, Fraternal Order of Police, Major Cities Chiefs Association, and perhaps most importantly, the National District Attorneys Association. Coalition also includes civil rights advocates, the faith-based community, progressives, conservatives, and all points in between. And I would like to thank this broad coalition for their support of this legislation. So Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record some letters and statements of support from the Due Process Institute, Fraternal Order of Police, the Association of Prosecuting Attorneys, Major Cities Chiefs Association, R Street Institute, Americans for Prosperity, and others.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and in both chambers who have supported this effort as co-sponsors, including you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Chip Roy, Representative McClintock, Representative Burgess Owens, Representative Neguse, as well as Senators Cornyn, Coons, Durbin, Tillis, and Hirono. The Kenneth P. Thompson Begin Again Act was approved by the Senate Judiciary Committee in December with strong bipartisan support, and hopefully we will do the same here in the House of Representatives. I urge you to support this important legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Appreciate the chairman. Many in this committee know, like many of my colleagues on the committee, I was a prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office, prosecuted drug crimes, not for a long time, but for a period of time, was in the Attorney General's office as the first Assistant Attorney General, and have worked in law enforcement and have fairly strong opinions about ensuring that bad guys stay in jail, and that those that are trafficking in narcotics to the detriment of our society are convicted and stay in jail. I think that's actually a really important position that we take as a society to ensure that we've got safe communities. I also do believe very much in forgiveness and the ability to try to work through, what could generally be regarded as mistakes, singular instances where you want to give a person the ability to get back on track, knowing that when someone makes a mistake, if they can get into the right path, recidivism goes down, and we have a better society. That is part of my Christian faith. That is part of what I believe we ought to do. I do view it fairly narrowly, right? I mean, from the standpoint of it's kind of my approach as a parent, or approach as how we do things, I think, as a society. You know, you got to give people the ability to recover, but you can't give people the ability to abuse the system. I think this is a narrow but important message, and I was happy to co-sponsor it. And I just want to be clear that everybody understand that what we're talking about here is that this bill is about expunging dismissed charges for folks who completed probation under diverted adjudication. These are not convictions. There's been a lot of words flying around about this, about what we're talking about here. We're talking about dismissed charges for people who completed probation. The numbers we're talking about are pretty small, actually. According to the CBO, according to the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts, each year a few dozen people under the age of 21 are ordered to undergo probation for simple drug possession. CBO expects that number of additional people who would become eligible for expungement under S-2502 would be similarly small, i.e. a couple of dozen, a few dozen. I think it's an important message to be able to say that an individual who, again, is a first-time offender for simple possession, by the way, this is just allowing the courts to provide expungement. It's not mandating the expungement. And so it gives the judge the ability to say, this individual who's completed this process, this probation, I'm dismissing the charges. It was your first-time offense. And if that person's 22 or 25 or 40, that they made that mistake, they weren't convicted of possession with intent to distribute, they didn't have, 100 kilos of, pot in the back of her truck or cocaine or heroin or anything else. And I think it's important that we recognize the narrowness of that. We also recognize with the issue of illegal immigrants that, as a matter of course, any of those individuals would be transferred over to ICE. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know that I've got strong concerns about what we're doing to ICE at the moment. Their lack of being able to target and focus on people who are here in the United States and engaging in illegal contact besides their mere presence of illegality, engaging in drug trafficking. We need to empower ICE, again, to do their job. But in this context, it is my belief and understanding that this would apply to a very narrow class of individuals, but be an important message for that narrow class in the federal system. The truth is, in the federal system, we're normally prosecuting very bad actors for intent to distribute or in coordination with local law enforcement. So I would continue to support this piece of legislation. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to leave, so I'm not sure my vote's gonna get recorded. I had intended to offer an amendment that I do think would be important to exclude fentanyl, given the danger and the particular harshness and the consequences of fentanyl. And there's no real good excuse for possessing fentanyl. I think that would be a good amendment. I would throw that out there. I'm not gonna be able to stay here and offer it. I'm gonna have to go to the floor. But I appreciate Mr. Jeffries, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the table.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The clerk will report the amendment. Point of order is reserved.
Thank you, Ms.
Amendment to HR 1924, offered by Mr. Tiffany, page 2,
Without
line 5.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is a simple amendment to make sure that we are not granting a free pass to sophisticated actors that are not just in possession, but are transporting drugs into our country, regardless of their age. These people are contributing to the deaths and addiction in our society. We should not reward them. One of the authors cited that, people make mistakes, they should be forgiven, they should be able to get on with their lives.
Would the gentleman yield for a moment? Yeah, Mr. Tiffany, The amendment is not necessary because the statute applies only to simple possession, not to transportation. So the amendment is redundant because the statute only applies to possession, not to transportation.
Mr. Chairman, could I pull this amendment back for a moment and then decide if I want to continue?
Sure.
Is that acceptable?
If the gentleman would like to withdraw the amendment?
I'll withdraw the amendment.
With unanimous consent, the amendment is withdrawn. For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to H.R. 1924, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida, page 2, line 7. Insert after the quotation mark the following, and inserting, and the person has provided proof of citizenship or lawful presence in the United States at the time of the offense.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I come in peace. I'm a supporter of the underlying legislation. I intend to vote for it, and I think that Mr. Jeffries makes a very compelling point that people do deserve second chances in this country, and I'm proud of the work of the Committee on Criminal Justice Reform, and I view the underlying bill as an extension of that critically important work. I would limit the scope of the legislation to those who are legally in our country, to expunge criminal conduct for people who, in many cases, broke the law to come here, committed the misdemeanor that we never enforce, or we probably should, of unlawful entry into the country. I think that continues to be a magnet to draw people across our borders illegally, and I think it's an additional incentive for what we really should be disincentivizing. The crisis at our border is of such a magnitude that it should drive a lot more of this committee's work than it does. We should be securing our border for the sake of our country, not offering expungements for people who come here illegally if they commit other crimes of this particular type. I recently had the opportunity to travel with Congressman Biggs to Yuma, Arizona, and there I saw the crisis firsthand, and it's one that we're inviting.
Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Although I think the amendment is unnecessary and duplicative, I'm prepared to accept it.
I will not snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
You will not oppose my
I will not oppose. I have nothing further to add, and I yield back.
In the spirit of that, I'll withdraw my point of order.
Yeah. The amendment, all in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed? If the ayes have it, the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute? If not,
Mr. Chairman.
Who is an amendment? For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
So the amendment that I brought to the table, Mr. Chairman, you expressed an objection to it. Would you restate your objection, please?
Remind me which amendment. No.
That it relates.
Mr. Tiffany's amendment, where the hell is that?
This was the one where it does not apply to transportation.
Oh, yes. The amendment is unnecessary because it says it shall not apply to a person convicted of an offense related to transporting a controlled substance. The bill only refers to possession, not to transporting. So the amendment is totally redundant.
Yeah, I disagree, Mr. Chairman, with that assessment. This is possession, and what we found, and actually, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to submit this. It comes from the United States Sentencing Commission, and it's in regards to a study that was done down on the southern border by marijuana offenders down there. And it turns out that there are a massive number of cases that increased from 2008 to 2013 where cases were charged as simple possession when you had people that were carrying, on average, 48.5 pounds of marijuana. This clearly is not simple possession that's going on. This is somebody that is trafficking marijuana, and it was happening on the southern border. They even took non-border areas in Arizona when they assessed this, and they found that there had not been a significant increase in these simple possession charges, but it exploded down on the southern border. And they found, in doing the Sentencing Commission, in looking at this, they found it was just this one area down on the southern border. So we're seeing this huge explosion of the number of cases where it appears a prosecutor is not doing their job. This is a big problem, and I would say to you that it does go to possession in regards to this. So I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit this document from the United States Sentencing Commission into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tiffany, will you just yield for discussion?
Yeah, I'll yield first.
Thanks. I think what the chairman is saying is that the statute that Mr. Jeffries is amending is limited in its existing language to possession. Transportation of a controlled substance is a different and more serious offense, so it is already not covered simply by the existing statute, which says for offenses of possession of a controlled substance. I think that's the point.
May I ask a question of you?
Yeah, of course. And I know that because I was a criminal defense lawyer before I came to Congress.
Yeah, so how are we going to get at these people that are, you have a prosecutor down in Arizona that's not doing their job, that's allowing people who are trafficking drugs, 48.5 pounds of marijuana, not just simple possession, and they're bringing it across the southern border and doing all kinds of damage to our country.
Well,
how do we get at that then?
Well, this is an expungement statute, so I don't know that it will address what is a very different question. I mean, this is about whether or not we're going to provide people with an opportunity to begin anew who have a simple possession of a single offense of a controlled substance. That's a very different question than what do you do out the border.
Yeah, so this amendment would just create an exception here. We're not going to allow this to happen. We're not going to allow somebody that's carrying that amount of drugs.
It already isn't
that is
allowed.
Clearly not simple possession.
They're already ineligible for an expungement, obviously, under the terms of the statute.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
They were convicted of simple possession.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the mistake is, I mean, what I said previously, Mr. Cicilline said that the bill only applies to possession already, and therefore the amendment is not necessary, is true. And I think the origin of the mistake in the amendment is that the bill amends section 21 U.S.C. 844, and the amendment amends 21 U.S.C. 802, which has nothing to do with the bill. There's a simple mistake there, and that's why we're only dealing with section 844 only deals with possession, with simple possession. With simple possession, section 844 says, and I quote, I'm reading from it now, it shall be unlawful for any person knowingly or intentionally to possess a controlled substance. And you're dealing with section 802, which is not relevant. Seeking to reoffer your amendment?
Say that again, Mr. Chairman.
I said,
did you complete your comments?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that this does go to possession. It is possession coming across our southern border with enormous amounts, and it's being pled down to simple possession.
So you seek to reoffer your amendment?
That is correct.
Okay. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 1924, offered by Mr. Tiffany, page 2, line 5.
That objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Tiffany.
Well, no, I think
he's already read the amendment.
yeah. So now, for purposes, Mr. Cicilline,
For what purposes does Mr. Cellini seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, Mr.
Gentleman
Chairman.
is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the sponsor of the legislation, Mr. Jeffries.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island for yielding as well as for his comments. And I want to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Cicilline as well as Chairman Nadler in articulating that the purpose of this particular bill, which is very narrow, as Representative Roy illustrated, and it only applies to simple possession. Once that simple possession offense is charged, then a judge has an opportunity to evaluate the circumstances of that simple possession to confirm that it meets the criteria of the statute, which is different than the statute that Mr. Tiffany is seeking to amend. Once the judge evaluates the circumstances of that simple possession, is a determination made as to whether the individual is eligible for special probation, with certain conditions that have to be adhered to during that period of special probation. Once the individual successfully completes that period of special probation, then a determination is again made by the judge in his or her discretion as to whether it would be appropriate to then dismiss the charge of simple possession. At that point, the statute, again, a statute that was originally signed into law by President Reagan, takes effect. And the question then becomes whether the simple possession offense is eligible for expungement. And as Representative Roy illustrated, what we're talking about is a few dozen cases per year at most. These are individuals who've made a mistake, a very small one, but as a result of having a potential federal charge attached to them for the rest of their lives, are limited in their ability to successfully pursue the American dream. These aren't drug traffickers. These aren't people who are carrying large amounts of weight across the border. And as Chairman Nadler's acceptance of Representative Gates's amendment suggests, and I appreciate Representative Gates's support for the legislation and the amendment that he has offered, this is a public safety bill. This is a criminal justice reform bill, bipartisan in nature. It's not an immigration bill. That's why the amendment was accepted. And so I understand the spirit in which this amendment is being offered, but it is not applicable to the very narrow circumstances of this particular case. This is the right federal policy for us to pursue, and hopefully we can find common ground in broadening it to other areas where appropriate, so we can strike that balance between public safety on the one hand and liberty and justice for all on the other. But again, this is a very narrow circumstance with specific and strict criteria and the ability for a federal judge to evaluate the appropriateness of probation, then dismissal, and then expungement at every step of the way. So I respectfully oppose this amendment, but thank the gentleman for offering it nonetheless, and yield back.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding back. I would just say in the final minute that I have, was my time and you just erased a minute. I just want to say that I want to thank Chairman Jeffries for introducing this bill, because the real life implications of an inability to expunge a simple possession of a controlled substance really makes it incredibly difficult for people to restart their lives. It makes it harder for people to rent an apartment, to get a job, to engage in a number of, to vote, to engage in a number of things that we know after study after study after study are key to successful reintegration. And that's what we want. So this is going to help many, many people hopefully get a new start. It's very limited by the definition in the statute. And let it be a moment when the entire committee in a bipartisan way can vote yes. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? What purposes does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
So let me read the final sentence here from the Sentencing Commission, where they say, this difference in quantity suggests that the sizable increase in simple possession cases in recent years is the result of marijuana drug trafficking cases in which the offender was sentenced only for a possession offense. What you have here is people that are trafficking. They're trafficking to the American people. And what I would say is that per your comments in regards to not citing the proper statute, they've been convicted of the wrong offense. They're traffickers. They are not simple possession, people simply in possession. That's why this change needs to be made, is so that we get to those traffickers. This is simply not a simple offense. Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent to enter this document, United States Sentencing Commission weighing the charges, into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Gomert.
For what purpose does Mr. Gomer seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I appreciate comments from friends across the aisle and Mr. Gates as well. But one thing that I'm not hearing is what I saw on a regular basis when I was practicing law as a lawyer and when I was a felony judge in East Texas. The federal prosecutors would often cut deals. They were always looking for somebody that would testify against others involved in a drug deal. And they would make deals. And there are times that a gun was used, a deadly weapon was used. But in an effort to help persuade someone to testify, they say, look, we'll drop the use of the deadly weapon if you will testify and only go for simple possession. We won't even go for you, the fact you were trafficking. Obviously, you wouldn't have this much in the way of drugs unless you were trafficking, but we'll just go with simple possession. And each case was different, but that was a fairly common way to get people to plead. So I'm not hearing from prosecutors on this. I don't know if, and I should talk to those I know in East Texas, but to just ignore that simple possession in a federal court normally isn't filed. The federal prosecutors, and I was witness to these conversations as a lawyer, look, we're not interested in a small amount, so you're welcome to take these, but we do want this amount. And then they would agree to do an information on a smaller amount to get a lighter sentence so somebody would testify. And so it really is important to realize there are not that many federal prosecutors that take simple possession unless there are other circumstances.
Would the gentleman yield?
That's why there are so few cases. Yes, I will yield.
The gentleman was a former judge. Does the gentleman agree that one can be sentenced only for the crime of which he was convicted?
That's correct.
Well, then all this speculation about pleading down is irrelevant because we're talking only about people who are found guilty of possession. Whether they should.
Reclaiming my time, as judges all know, they get a pre-sentence report, and the federal pre-sentence report takes normally 2 or 3 months to prepare. Mine took about, I would get them less than a month. I would try to move more quickly. But you take all of the things in that pre-sentence report investigation into account, and that includes all the circumstances of the offense that this person is being convicted of. So The gentleman, there may be somewhere in the federal or state system where you can't consider what's in the pretrial or the pre-sentence investigation, but most of us judges in Texas and in the federal system rely heavily on the pre-sentence investigation report regarding all the circumstances. So I appreciate the gentleman's point.
Mr. Gomer, would you
but
yield
I know
before-
it not to be accurate.
Mr.
And
Gomer,
I'll
would you yield
back
to a
my-
question? Mr. Gomer?
Yes,
Th-
yes,
thank
I
you.
will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Gomer. I appreciate the concern you raised. The only thing I would suggest is, as you well know,
You yield back?
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to H.R. 1924?
I would ask for a vote on that.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson votes no, and
Mr.
Johnson, you have to
please
turn on your- you have to turn
enable
on your
my camera. Yeah, it is turned on, but it says you cannot start your video because the host has disabled it.
Maybe Mr. Cohen can help.
What happened?
He's having trouble with his camera.
We'll come back to Mr. Johnson.
That's it right there. I vote yay.
There he is.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes nay. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
no.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin? Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings?
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
Correa votes no.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes
No.
no. Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
McBath votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Yes. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Aye. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa?
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnston of Louisiana?
Aye.
Mr. Johnston of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stube? Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Owens, yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes.
We have a few rapid votes. Are there any members who have not been recorded who wish to be recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 20 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson of Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The clerk will report the amendment. A point of order is reserved.
Amendment to H.R. 1924, offered by Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, page 2, line 5, strike section. And
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After study and listening to this thoughtful discussion, I think I've become a supporter of this bill. I think the intent is a good one, and I think it is narrowly drafted, as Mr. Roy and others have pointed out, and I want to applaud those who put the work in on it. You know, we believe in the biblical admonition of what God requires of all of us. Micah 6:8 says he makes it real simple. You're to act justly, love mercy, walk humbly with him. Justice and mercy are not mutually exclusive pursuits, and this may be an example of how we could do both. But that said, there's an amendment that I think is necessary to improve the bill, and I would certainly hope it needs little explanation to receive your unanimous support. It has to do with fentanyl. What we would just do simply is ensure that subsection C shall not apply to any offense with respect to the possession of fentanyl. And why is that? I know it bears no need of repeating here, but illegal drug overdoses have now become the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45. Kills more people in this age demographic than car accidents, cancer, and COVID-19. In Louisiana, my state, opioid deaths increased by 40% year over year from 2020 to 2021, mostly driven by an increase in illicit fentanyl. It's, of course, as you all know, a synthetic opioid that's 80 to 100 times stronger than morphine. It's created with chemicals that are often shipped from China to Mexico and trafficked by cartels across our southern border. According to recent testimony from the Border Patrol Council, Customs and Border Patrol agents are struggling to stop just 5% of all the fentanyl flooding across our border. It is so potent that you just need a small amount, I mean, just enough to fit into the tip of a sharpened pencil that is a lethal dose. And now it's fueling one of the worst drug epidemics in American history. In 2021, there were 100,306 drug overdose deaths reported in the U.S. That's up substantially from the previous years. When the federal government identifies a threat to the safety and security of our country, its #1 responsibility is to mobilize to help keep Americans safe. If we're going to fight this growing epidemic, we have to be serious about it. I introduced the Cease Overdose Act to permanently classify fentanyl as a Schedule I narcotic under the Federal Controlled Substances Act because we're having to come in year after year and continue the temporary scheduling, and that's just kind of absurd. In the meantime, while we're doing all of that work, I think the least we can do is be on guard to ensure that there is zero tolerance for the possession of this harmful drug, so we can help draw our law enforcement agencies, help them get control of the crisis that's destroying so many American families and communities. The criminals responsible for this tragedy have to be put on notice that we will not tolerate their illegal activities. I think we have to take a hard line and a hard stand, and I just want to make sure that as we're working on a bill like this that we don't include fentanyl and do an overdose of mercy on it. That's how I feel about it, and I encourage everybody to support the amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Fentanyl obviously is a terrible, terrible drug. No one has any question about that. I believe it's already a substance one. the Schedule I drug. All right, and I'm sure it'll be made permanent. The bill, however, deals only with possession. That means one person. The idea of the bill is to give a second chance to a person who possesses. The moment that person gives it to somebody else, it's no longer possession. He's trafficking, and the bill doesn't apply to him. So the purpose of the bill is to give a second chance to the victim, the one person who is simply in possession. Traffickers, whether they bring it in for 200,000 people or 2 people, or one person other than themselves, are not covered by the bill and should not be covered by the bill and should get the heaviest penalties. But the idea is we should give the whole idea of the bill is we should give a second chance to someone in mere possession who's really the victim in the case, made a mistake, a small one that affected nobody else.
Will the chairman yield?
Given a second chance. Yes, I'll yield.
Mr. Chairman, how would you see this legislation, this amendment, applying to a circumstance where fentanyl might have been used to lace some other drug? Because we've heard on our trips to the border that at times marijuana, cocaine, any of those things.
Someone laced, if it could be shown that person A laced some other drug, then he's a trafficker because he's arranging that it should be given to somebody else.
I'm sorry, I had an imprecise question. Imagine person A laces marijuana with fentanyl, traffics it to person B. Person B then gets arrested for possession. They've transported it to no one. My one concern I have, or a question with Mr. Johnson's amendment, is that person B then would be ineligible for expungement, even though they didn't even know that person.
No, you've got it backwards. That person would be eligible for expungement.
Right, they would be eligible.
The first person would not be eligible.
But if the amendment were a part of the bill, I'm trying to understand the effect of the amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
The amendment would be problematic because of that. I'm agreeing with Mr. Gates, and I are in agreement here.
Well, I don't know who I agree with because I'm trying to understand the effect of it. Perhaps I'm asking the wrong person.
The amendment should be opposed because the amendment would apply fentanyl to mere possession. The idea of the bill is that someone who possesses a substance should be given a second chance.
Would gentleman yield?
One second. Someone who possesses a drug should be given a second chance. Someone who traffics the drug should not be given a second chance. Is someone who laces anything with fentanyl is trafficking in the fentanyl because he's arranging for it to be given to somebody else, even if he doesn't know who that person is.
Right.
He's arranging it to be given to some other person or persons. So this bill only applies to the person who made a mistake by using it himself, not by trafficking it to anybody else.
We understand. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I want to dispel the concern that my colleague, Mr. Gates, has and make sure he does not make the fatal mistake of erring with the chairman over his colleague here. Who is, listen, the purpose of this, I get what you're saying.
Or does the gentleman say that would be a fatal
okay.
mistake?
Well, it would be for you. Listen, I understand what you're saying, and what you've articulated is right. But I am intentionally, knowing all that, trying to take fentanyl out of this because I believe we have to do everything we can to deter the use of this. We want people on the street to be using complete vigilance to make sure they're not in possession of this stuff because unlike marijuana or any other drug, fentanyl can kill you with one
Reclaiming my time.
Yes.
Then you are opposed to the bill. The bill itself, the purpose of the bill is to give someone in possession of whatever drug a second chance.
I understand that.
And by your amendment would say that a person in possession of fentanyl who gives it to nobody else should not have a second chance.
I'm saying this drug is so deadly and serious that it requires a different calculation. That's what I'm saying.
Then we're in disagreement and you are opposed to the bill. Because the bill says, and I believe most people believe, that someone who is in possession and gives it to nobody else should get he made a mistake. He spent time in jail perhaps, but his record should be expunged. He should be given a second chance.
If you make a mistake with this, you may not live to have a second chance.
That may be, but then it's irrelevant.
You're back.
My time has expired. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Gates.
For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the purpose of this amendment, I would invite my colleague, Mr. Johnson, into a colloquy, if he'd be so willing, but is the purpose of this amendment to deter people from possessing fentanyl?
Well, sure, that's part of it, yes. And I know what let me anticipate what you're going to say. Some were in possession and they didn't know it, right? Their street drug was laced with it and they didn't know it, right?
I am wondering how you can deter someone from conduct that they don't know that they're engaged in.
What I'm saying is that we're all spending a lot of time and energy, and the federal government and local law enforcement agencies are spending an inordinate amount of time trying to raise awareness about fentanyl and the danger of it. And people are dying at rapid record rates. And so if this is part of that messaging to say, don't take the risk, I'll yield. I'm saying I fully understand.
You got us off on the wrong track, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to sort this out with Mr. Johnson. But,
I'm saying this
I get it.
deserves special attention.
And Mr. Johnson, I grant the premise that fentanyl is poison. Frankly, I take exception with your characterization that fentanyl deaths are overdoses. They're not overdoses. They're poisonings. They are explicitly the poisoning of our fellow Americans, frankly, because we have an open border.
Yes, that's exactly right.
And when we go to the border, the people that are there tell us that oftentimes they don't just find the fentanyl in pill format, but that it is laced in other drugs because it is cheaper for the Sinaloa cartel to vertically integrate a fentanyl operation than to vertically integrate a cocaine operation.
Precisely.
Because they don't control the territory where you can grow cocaine, but they make this fentanyl up in the Sinaloa mountains. And so what I'm trying to understand is, if you're some person out there and you don't want fentanyl, you don't want to be around fentanyl, but you've made a mistake in possessing some other narcotic, and fentanyl was laced into that narcotic, do you still believe that in those cases, those people should not be entitled to expungement?
I do, because I think the risk is so great that we send a message with legislation like this, and the message should be, don't even try it.
Well, I think my colleague overestimates the extent to which people are taking messages from this precise legislation, but I guess then I won't be able to support the amendment because it is trying to send a message in the absence of a connection to like formative deterrence and mens rea. That's exactly correct. So I think if we sympathize people who are in possession, not trafficking, and have been victimized one way or the other, like one of the ways they can be victimized is being poisoned by fentanyl that they never intended to be in possession of. You're back on, Mr. Chairman.
That's exactly right. I agree with the gentleman totally.
What a frightening day. Those two are together.
I'll yield to Mr. Tiffany.
So let's go back to the simple possession question that we posed in my amendment just a couple of minutes ago, where you're saying, hey, it's just simple possession, they should go. So why wouldn't we have accepted the amendment where we had evidence that a prosecutor was improperly handling cases, taking them down to simple possession when they were averaging 48.5 pounds of marijuana that were being, that these people were in possession of? That's not simple possession.
I really enjoyed voting for your amendment, and I would do so again, Mr. Tiffany. It's this one that I have exception with. And I wouldn't, Mr. Johnson, if there was like some element of this that required knowledge that it was fentanyl. If someone was knowingly in possession of fentanyl, that is a very dangerous and risky thing. That can kill a child, that can kill a pet, you can kill yourself. So if someone knowingly was in possession of fentanyl, I would agree. It probably does deserve to be treated differently because of the potency, but the lack of any knowing requirement here seems to just like unnecessarily exclude people from what I think there's a lot of bipartisan support to do. Mr. Tiffany, I yield to you.
So I apologize to the gentleman from Florida. I really, I'm trying to draw the chairman into this colloquy also, if you do not mind.
He's dying to get into my colloquy.
And I'm posing the question, going back to the amendment that I proposed, simple possession, and it turns out it's 48.5 pounds, and you got a prosecutor that's not doing their job down on the southern border, that it's causing great harm to our country. Why would we not accept that amendment when it was not simple possession?
I'll yield to the chairman.
Because the amendment was withdrawn and referred to the wrong section of law, and we voted it down.
It's quite an obituary for your amendment, Mr. Tiffany. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
Hakeem does.
For what purpose does Mr. Jeffries seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mike, why not just do that amendment?
I thank the distinguished gentleman for offering the amendment and certainly understand the spirit in which it was offered. However, I agree with the line of inquiry and reasoning from my distinguished colleague from Florida, Representative Gates, and oppose this amendment, in part because while I understand it's well-intentioned,
Not going to engage him any further.
I don't think we want to permanently criminalize a mistake that has been made, particularly when, in most instances that I'm at least familiar with, you've got individuals who may be in simple possession, for instance, of small amounts of marijuana. That marijuana has been unknowingly laced with fentanyl, which often results in significant bodily injury and in some cases death. And that person is not intending for that to happen, certainly simply by being in possession of small amounts of marijuana that they may subsequently use, ultimately, which brings about their demise. And so we don't want to criminalize a mistake, unintentionality. And I think the more broader issue where we found a lot of bipartisan agreement on in terms of what I would at least characterize as the failed war on drugs is that there are traffickers and others who deserve to be strongly punished and held accountable. But when there's addiction involved, when there's a small mistake that's involved, when there's simple possession that's involved, one of the mistakes that I think we've made over time is to criminalize millions and millions of people all across America. And I've been hopeful, at least, and there have been signs of this, that as we've been now grappling with the opioid epidemic, we understand, for instance, that addiction shouldn't be criminalized, that we should have a smart-on crime and a public health approach to addiction, which in some cases may begin with simple possession. And I just think that if we veer off course from that, then we're heading down a dangerous path, and we've already seen where that leads, and that's over-criminalization and mass incarceration. And that this is just a very small, modest step that can be taken in this broader bipartisan effort that has involved President Obama, President Trump, hopefully now President Biden, to deal with some of these challenges. Yes, public safety in a strong and appropriate way, but some of these other challenges, particularly in this case as it relates to simple possession, in a sensible way. And I'd also note that we have the check and balance of an Article III federal judge to preside at every step of this process to ensure that prosecutorial behavior has been appropriate and that we don't see the type of conduct that is being suggested in terms of allowing traffickers to plead out to simple possession cases and then get the benefit of this type of second chance legislation. So I respectfully oppose the amendment while understanding the spirit in which it is being offered.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields back.
Yes, I yield back.
Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Moves to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right now, the AUSA in Arizona requires for any possession charge of someone who illegally crosses the border, they're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 pounds. And that's not personal use, we wouldn't typically say. I mean, unless you're a big user, I guess, I don't know.
200 pounds of what?
Marijuana. I'm talking about 200 pounds of marijuana. And so when I was looking at the what goes on here in the sentencing reports, sentencing data, you're going to see the possession is going to be way higher in some place like Arizona. It says 2,600 of marijuana versus some other places, depending on the AUSA, some states, some districts within the Ninth Circuit. So you got Central California has 40, and Southern California 9. The reason I raise this is, one of my concerns is if it was really personal use, possession, first time, I wouldn't have a problem with expungement, but I'm trying to understand what happens in plea agreements, what happens with the amount that some of the AUSAs are considering for personal use. I do think all of that needs to be taken into account. We just don't have enough information on it just yet, in my opinion. Now, the fentanyl problem is an interesting problem in and of itself, because the DEA came out recently and said 40% of all fentanyl pills in the country are lethal. 40% are lethal. We had the 2 Marines trying to resuscitate individuals on the beach during a spring break episode, and they passed away because they had contact with individuals who had taken fentanyl. Fentanyl is an incredibly, Mr. Gates is right, it's a poison. It is a poison, and the evidence is very clear. It's coming from China, being sent to the cartels in Mexico. I would just say there's just some clarifying things that have to be done on this bill, and I would like those clarified before we go forward and pass this bill out. But with that, I'm going to yield to the
Gentleman yields
gentleman
back?
from Louisiana. No, I didn't yield back.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to yield to the gentleman from Louisiana.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think a lot of sense has been made here. I understand the concerns, and we're working on a perfecting or second degree amendment to my amendment. And so we'll circulate that. Maybe I can withdraw this one from consideration now, and we'll circulate that when it's prepared. It's very close. I yield back.
So Matthew.
That's it? Call a vote on the amendment?
Yeah, no, but are we doing?
Call a vote on the amendment?
I do have the second degree amendment at the desk, or almost at the desk.
An amendment can, an amendment,
All those are considered legally present. That's insane. That is insane. That's truly insane. I agree.
Proceed. So I have a second degree amendment at the desk. Ask unanimous consent for my second degree amendment to.
without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll be very, very brief. This is exactly what we've all discussed, except that I changed the language of the amendment to read very simply, subsection C shall not apply to any offense with respect to anyone who knowingly possesses fentanyl. And I am hopeful that the amendment's brought in the same spirit in which the objection was intended, and I hope that this perfects it. I do think that the criminals responsible for this tragedy have to be put on notice that we will no longer tolerate these illegal activities, but we want to protect the innocent. And to help reverse the growing fentanyl crisis, I think we really do need a full court press. This can be part of it, but we will not sweep into that persons who have done or possess this unknowingly. I encourage the adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
We have to,
Wait for everyone to get
without
a copy.
objection, we'll now vote on the, we'll now vote on modifying the amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is modified.
And now we will take a vote on the amendment.
Now we will vote on the amendment. On the amendment itself, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote, and I'm really curious as to why.
Recorded vote is requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen?
Will be able to identify the unit. Now, it is not at all clear to
Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
Trying to gather sufficient legal evidence for some kind of
Ms. Bass?
No. War crimes proceeding.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
Chair vote. How did the chair vote?
Chair voted no.
I vote no.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin? Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings?
No.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
McBath votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa?
Aye.
Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Sparts?
Yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
How is Swalwell recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you were not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
Are there any members who have not been recorded who wish to be recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 17 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute? Are there any further amendments to the bill? I'm sorry. Then we will vote on the bill. All in favor, say aye. Oh, a reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 1924 favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is reported favorably to the House. The members will have 2 days to submit views. Oh, okay. The roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
Aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries.
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Jayapal.
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Stimmings.
Aye.
Ms. Stimmings votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath.
McBath votes aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert.
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Issa.
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop, you'll have to turn your camera on.
Sorry, that was on. No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fischbach. Ms. Sparts. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz?
Some people remember to mute themselves, please, unless you're voting.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Owens, aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye.
How am I recorded, Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Dean, you are not recorded.
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye.
Has Mr. Correa been recorded?
Mr. Correa is not recorded.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye.
How is Mr. Liu recorded?
Mr. Liu, you're not recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye.
Are there any other members who have not been recorded who wish to be recorded?
Sparks recorded.
Ms. Sparts, you are not recorded.
Sparks votes aye.
Ms. Sparts votes aye.
Are there any other members who have not been recorded who wish to be recorded?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Who's the? Camera's not on, we don't know who that is.
I can't turn my video on. I'm sorry, try again, please.
Mr. Bishop, is that you? You've already been recorded. Has Mr. Bishop been recorded?
Mr. Bishop is recorded as no.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm back. How am I recorded, Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
No.
Bishop is recorded as no.
Can't hear it.
Okay.
Never mind.
Have we still got enough votes? We'll try one more time. Has everyone been recorded who wishes to be recorded? Clerk will announce the result.
Mr. Chairman, there are 28 ayes and 7 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. The bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments. And without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. We expect votes on the House floor shortly, so the committee will stand in recess until immediately after the final vote in this series. The committee will stand in recess. Committee will come to order. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5460, the Virgin Islands Visa Waiver Act of 2021, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
HR 5460 to establish the Virgin Islands Visa Waiver Program.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'll begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 5460, the Virgin Islands Visa Waiver Act, would allow the Secretary of Homeland Security to establish a limited visa waiver program for the U.S. Virgin Islands if an adequate arrival and departure system has been established on the territory. Most tourists must get a temporary visitor visa to enter the United States. However, nearly a third enter through the visa waiver program. This program allows tourists from certain countries to visit the United States for up to 90 days without first obtaining a visa. The visa waiver program boosts the U.S. tourism industry by encouraging travel from high-volume and low-risk countries to the United States. In 2017, visitors from visa waiver countries generated an estimated $190 billion in economic activity and supported close to 1 million jobs. However, the visa waiver program cannot meet the needs of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The territory is located about 1,000 miles southeast of Miami and outside of the U.S. Customs Zone. Nearly 60% of the territory's economy is fueled by tourism, particularly through the cruise and yacht industries. Sadly, tourism in the region was devastated in 2017 by Hurricanes Maria and Irma, and has been hindered even further by the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, the U.S. Virgin Islands compete with nearby Caribbean countries for the tourists necessary to revive their economies, but tourists in the region often choose other islands where they will not be required to obtain a U.S. visa. This bill would allow the Secretary of Homeland Security to respond to the territory's economic needs by waiving the requirement for a visa for visitors traveling only to the U.S. Virgin Islands. The waiver is balanced with targeted integrity and security measures. For example, countries that present a threat to the welfare, safety, or security of the United States cannot be included in the program. The bill also allows the Secretary to impose a bond for nationals of countries with high visa overstay rates. After a country is included in the program, the Secretary must continue to monitor admissions and suspend the waiver if nationals of a country overstay their visas or present other concerns. This concept is not a new one. In 2008, Congress authorized a limited visa waiver program for Guam and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Much like that program, a visa waiver program for the U.S. Virgin Islands would increase tourism and speed up the territory's full economic recovery. I want to thank the gentlewoman from the U.S. Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for introducing this bill. She's a true champion for her constituents, and this legislation will help the economy of the U.S. Virgin Islands thrive once more. I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a crisis, a full-blown crisis on the southern border caused by the Biden administration's ridiculous and radical immigration policies. There's no other way to say it. The Democrats on this committee don't want to talk about it. Republicans have made several requests for DHA Secretary Markup to testify. I'm thankful that it's my understanding that he will be coming later this month. Thank goodness. It's about time to testify about the border and immigration crisis. We're glad he's coming. Democrats may want to pretend that there's not a crisis, but the numbers don't lie. During the month of February, there were nearly 165,000 total encounters by Customs and Border Protection at the southwest border. The total number of CBP encounters at the southwest border during the last fiscal year was over 1.7 million. Think about it. 1.7 million aliens, illegal aliens, stopped by CBP officials, and that doesn't include those we didn't catch. Democrats have refused to take any steps to make our border more secure or to address why we have this massive illegal immigration problem. I mean, frankly, the only conclusion it seems to me any rational person can reach is this is now a deliberate policy. This is intentional. You can't have month after month after month the numbers go up and not reach any other conclusion, which is frightening in and of itself that this administration would have such a policy. in such a plan. The Biden administration is also causing an immigration crisis in the interior of the United States with its anti-enforcement policies. Secretary Mayorkas, for example, issued a directive severely limiting the ability of ICE agents to remove deportable illegal aliens. The Democrats' strategy is a success for radical open borders anti-enforcement lobby. During the entire fiscal year 2021, ICE only removed 59,000 deportable aliens, and about half of those aliens were removed during the 3.5 months of the fiscal year when President Trump was still in office. For comparison, during fiscal year 2020, ICE removed 186,000 individuals. Democrats on this committee have made it clear they have no intention of addressing this crisis. In fact, the only immigration bills the committee has moved this Congress focus on amnesty for illegal immigrants, the Democrats' open borders agenda, and making it harder to deport foreign nationals who have broken our laws. Last year, when we marked up the amnesty provisions in the Democrats' reconciliation bill, Democrats even rejected an amendment to prevent a foreign national with 10 DUIs from remaining in our country. And now, rather than doing anything at all to attempt to solve the ongoing crisis, Democrats want to prioritize a visa waiver program for the U.S. Virgin Islands. This proposal won't do anything to make our immigration crisis better, but it could certainly make it much worse. The legislation extends the visa waiver program privileges to the U.S. Virgin Islands, which could present a significant challenge for immigration enforcement and drug interdiction efforts. Adding this program on top of our already broken immigration system could result in a significant increase in overstays and asylum claims, an increase in illegal reentry of aliens previously removed, and an increase in attempts to produce fraudulent documents to seek passage beyond the U.S. Virgin Islands. Moreover, due to the proximity of the Caribbean nations to the continental United States and increased illegal migration activities in the region from countries with known fraudulent document problems, this bill could increase the risk for illegal immigration utilizing fraudulent passports to facilitate that travel. I urge opposition to this legislation and would urge the chairman and the Democrats on the committee to get serious about the crisis at our southern border. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'd like to simply point out that regardless of the competing claims of the merits of our policies at the southern border, this bill has nothing to do with it since it deals only with the Virgin Islands and not with the continental United States. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5460.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will recognize myself to explain the amendment. The changes to this amendment in the nature of a substitute are either clerical or technical in nature, necessary to clarify the intent of the underlying legislation. For example, the amendment makes technical changes to paragraph 1A of proposed new section 212L to clarify that if an adequate arrival and departure control system is not developed in the Virgin Islands of the United States, it should not impact the visa waiver program for Guam and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. In addition, the amendment makes a technical change to clarify the proposed paragraph B does not require the Secretary of Homeland Security to amend regulations for such program. The amendment also makes a change in paragraph C to clarify that the Secretary cannot include a country in the Virgin Islands visa waiver program, if such inclusion would increase fraud and abuse of the non-immigrant visa system. All the changes made in the amendment are minor in nature and simply improve a good bill. I urge members to support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
I'd like to strike
What
the last
purpose does
word.
Ms. Lofgren seek recognition?
I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I'd like to speak in strong support of this bill. The bill is limited. It creates a limited visa waiver program for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Now, the legislation would allow the Secretary of Homeland Security to exempt nationals of participating countries from the requirement that they obtain a B non-immigrant visa if they're seeking to visit the U.S. Virgin Islands for 45 days or less. Currently, the U.S. visa waiver program allows nationals of certain countries to be exempt from the visa requirement to visit the United States for up to 90 days. Now, this program has facilitated significant tourism to the United States, with nearly a third of all visitors coming through the program. And I think we all know that tourism is a major element of our economy and one that took some very serious hits during the COVID pandemic. We need to make sure that the tourism industry has what it needs that we can help provide to thrive. Countries authorized to participate in the existing broader U.S. waiver program generally are wealthy countries, mostly in Europe, and as a result, the overall U.S. visa waiver program doesn't always meet the needs of our territories. And since they are U.S. territories, we have an obligation to them to also look out for their well-being. Many of the territories are far from the continental United States, and they rely heavily on tourism. For example, tourism accounts for nearly 60% of the economy of the Northern Mariana Islands, and that's why we authorized the creation of a limited visa waiver program just for Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands in 2008. That limited program allowed countries to be added if inclusion of the country didn't present a risk to the welfare, safety, and security of the United States, and it was only to allow for visits to Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands, not the continental United States, not two actual states. It also allows the Secretary to impose bonds, as the Chairman said, and once the countries are in this limited program, the Secretary is required to monitor the admission and suspend countries if admissions from the country have resulted in unacceptable numbers of visitors remaining unlawfully. Now, much like the Northern Mariana Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands economy is very, very dependent on tourism. Sadly, tourism in the territory has been just devastated by recent hurricanes as well as the COVID-19 pandemic, creating this limited visa waiver program for the U.S. Virgin Islands, which will be very similar to what we did for Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands, really is a commonplace solution to help the economy of the Virgin Islands recover. And as the Chairman has said, Ms. Stacy Plaskett of the Virgin Islands has introduced this bill. She really is a tireless advocate for her constituents. Now, I am understanding that she's met with members on both sides of the aisle to build bipartisan consensus for the bill. I hope that we can put other issues to one side and focus on this important legislation to help the Virgin Islands, help them, their economy to recover, because it is important to all of us that we honor our territories, that we do the right thing for them and don't be diverted by other issues that are also important. Let's pass this bill today. Let's help the Virgin Islands recover economically. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purposes does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
I'll just speak on the bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, what this bill actually does is allow DHS, the agency that has utterly refused to secure our borders or enforce our immigration laws, to permit additional foreign nationals to enter the U.S. territory of the Virgin Islands without first obtaining a visa. Now, bear in mind, the United States already extends this courtesy to the citizens of friendly countries. It allows them to enter without the personal interviews and background checks that are normally required to obtain a visa. What this bill does is to expand that list to other less friendly countries, allowing their citizens to bypass this visa process for entry into the U.S. Virgin Islands. Once present in American territory, the alien can claim asylum, give birth to obtain automatic citizenship for their child, and obtain easier illegal entry into the United States. Now, during the visa process, an applicant has to undergo an in-person interview with a U.S. consular officer aimed at ensuring there's no ill intent. It's no guarantee, but it adds an important layer of security in determining the motives and intentions of those who are entering our country. For instance, the recent Texas synagogue attacker likely entered the U.S. through the visa waiver program and then held a rabbi and others hostage for 10 hours. Given the attacker's past criminal and mental issues, even his own brother wondered, quote, how had he gotten into America? How did he land at JFK Airport and not get stopped for 1 second? Well, the answer is visa waivers. We already have experience with the expanded visa waiver for Guam and the Mariana Islands. birth tourism increased exponentially once they were implemented. As the Washington Times noted, in 2020, the number of babies delivered by foreign women in the Northern Mariana Islands each year rose from fewer than 10 to nearly 600 in 2018. The bill promises to preclude countries from being designated visa waiver countries if it would increase fraud or abuse of the non-immigrant visa system. Fine, but this bill includes no such preclusion for countries whose nationals abuse our birthright citizenship law, and worse, it places discretion in an agency that has worked overtime to earn the distrust of the American people through its flagrant abuse of our immigration laws and open defiance of court orders to enforce those laws. I think we also should take added alarm from our experience under the Obama-Biden practice of granting special blanket parole for foreign nationals who would not otherwise qualify under the expanded visa waiver program for entry into Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. Once this authority is granted, is there any doubt this administration would grant the same mass parole to bypass any remaining safeguards that we are promised by the proponents of this bill? Our distrust is amplified by provisions in the bill that allow this administration to issue regulations for visa waivers with no public notice and comment period. At the time the Democrats have controlled our government, Customs and Border Patrols encountered roughly 2 million illegal immigrants. They've admitted roughly 1 million into our country. Now, that's a population the size of the entire state of Montana, just since the Democrats took power 15 months ago. And that doesn't include the hundreds of thousands of gotaways who've evaded apprehension, while the Border Patrol's been overwhelmed by the Democrats' open borders invitation. The gotaway population is about the size of the population of the state of Wyoming. In a very real sense, this administration has already admitted a new Montana and a new Wyoming into this country in the last 15 months, none of whom has been properly vetted, and every one of whom has broken our laws to gain entry. In this deliberately created border crisis, individuals on the terrorist watch list are entering our country. Previously deported aliens who have committed murder and other crimes continue to enter our country. The Democrats have yet to explain how American workers are helped by flooding the market with cheap foreign labor, or how our schools are made better by flooding classrooms with non-English speaking students, or how our communities are made safer by refusing to deport criminal illegal aliens as the law requires, or how our hospitals are made more accessible by packing emergency rooms with illegal aliens demanding care. Republicans have begged the majority to address this crisis. Instead, 4 out of the 5 hearings held by the Immigration Subcommittee have focused on bringing more foreign nationals into the United States. It is clear that this policy is deliberate. The American people know what that means to their families, their prosperity, their communities, their safety, their schools, their health care, and their country. And it's up to them. They want to continue down this road. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield? Okay, all right.
The gentleman yielded back. For what purpose does Mr. Cicilline seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
And before I make my remarks, I'd yield to the gentlelady from California.
I just wanted to note that the opportunity to be included in the visa waiver program is just for the neighboring countries of the U.S. Virgin Islands, not enemy countries. It's, the Bahamas and Jamaica and St. Kitts and Nevis and the like. It's just the Caribbean countries. It doesn't affect the other, the wider program that has been so important for our tourism industry. And I thank the gentleman for yielding to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this important bill to markup today. Before 2017, the Virgin Islands thrived as an incredible tourist destination. The island's natural beauty and breathtaking beaches drew an average of 400,000 visitors by plane and 1.2 million from cruise ships each year. But following natural disasters, including Hurricanes Irma and Maria, and the decline in travel during the COVID-19 pandemic, the island's tourism industry has suffered terribly. This has caused incredible job loss and hardships to many of the 105,000 residents of these islands, many of whom are American citizens, because the tourism industry is such a crucial source of employment. This bill will help the Virgin Islands recover by allowing nationals of certain countries to travel to the Virgin Islands without the difficulties and expenses of obtaining a tourism visa. Typically, when a person travels to the United States or its territories, including the U.S. Virgin Islands, they must apply for and obtain a visitor's visa. However, certain countries' nationals are exempted from this requirement if the Secretary of Homeland Security, consulting with other officials, determines that it is secure, appropriate, and beneficial to do so. And as has been mentioned, 2 territories, Guam and the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, already do this. They have a visa waiver program that allows nationals from 12 countries to visit without a visa. And by the way, as has been refuted, these aren't enemies of the United States. These are countries like Australia, Hong Kong, Malaysia, New Zealand. So it's only natural and fair that we allow the Virgin Islands the same visa waiver program for the countries in their region with the same safeguards in place. I want to thank and acknowledge my friend and colleague, Congresswoman Plaskett, who has been advocating for this bill for a very long time. Thank her for introducing it, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5460, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin. Page 7, insert after line 17 the following. Prohibition on parole, section 212D5 of such act is amended by adding at the end the following. Notwithstanding any other provision of this paragraph, the Secretary of Homeland Security may not parole any alien for significant public benefit, including tourism, into Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, or the Virgin Islands of the United States.
Guam is beyond the scope. The gentleman is recognized to speak in his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the biggest problems we've seen in the CNMI Guam visa waiver program is the blanket use of parole to admit nationals from communist China who do not hold visas by the executive branch, a policy started during the Obama administration. Since this policy began, the volume of entries by Chinese nationals to the CNMI has skyrocketed. This amendment will close this loophole for the CNMI Guam program in statute and make sure it is not open for the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chairman, this amendment seeks to stop the abuse of parole by the executive branch by explicitly ending the so-called public benefit waiver used by the administration to operate what is essentially a parallel immigration system outside of statute. We have seen it used in the CNMI, and more broadly, we've seen parole used to admit broad classes of aliens into the U.S., rather than applying the authority in a limited way to individuals and their own unique personal circumstances. The gentle lady from California said, let's not be diverted by other immigration issues that are out there. I would just say, at what point are we going to start addressing the immigration problem that we have in the United States? The uncontrolled immigration, as the gentleman from California said, that is helping diminish people's wages and that is doing great harm to our country. We had a robust discussion about fentanyl in the last bill. I mean, the damage that's being done to our country is great, and at this point, it doesn't appear it's going to start unless we start doing it now. Now's the time when we can start, and we can start with this amendment by making sure that we're closing down this loophole. And you may say, well, parole, not that many people. We just had 70,000 people paroled into the United States from Afghanistan. What was there, 7% of them went through the SIV program at the most, where there is really a detailed review of these people's background, coming from one of the biggest terrorist hotbeds in the world, well, the biggest terrorist hotbed in the world, and only 7% of them were reviewed as they should be. We just waved people in on parole, which is not what it is meant for. Parole is supposed to be a case-by-case basis. It has been weaponized against the American people by the Biden administration. And by the way, to Representative McClintock's point earlier about the diminishment of wages to people, does this really help the Virgin Islands? What I'm hearing is that the Virgin Islands is suffering at this point. So how does that help the average islander if you flood their island with all kinds more people? How does that actually help them? It sounds like there's other things that they need rather than a flood of new migrants coming in on parole to their island.
If the gentleman will yield, I'm happy to answer the question.
So it is time to stop this mass migration that's going on in our country. The chairman said that this has nothing to do with the southern border. You could make that case, but it does have something to do with all migration that's going on into this country. It's uncontrolled, and it's going to get even worse with this measure that's coming before us, because we've seen it before. We've seen it before. With this administration, they will use every means possible to bring people into our country illegally. We need to close off those loopholes and go back to a sane immigration system in this country. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on her point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is not germane, and I'll explain why. We worked, the intent of this bill, and we worked with the chairman and ledge council and the parliamentarians, is to create a visa waiver program for the Virgin Islands. And the only amendments that are going to be germane, according to the House parliamentarians, are amendments on that provision. This amendment purports to change standards in Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands, which is not a part of the underlying bill. Further, parole is not part of the underlying bill. So the amendment is not germane on 2 points. But I would just note that, why this is important, if I may, this is tourism. The entire economy of the Virgin Islands is dependent on tourism. And so that's why they care to have people who could stay up to 45 days and spend their money there. But in any case—
Would you yield to a question, ma'am?
I shouldn't have said that, because I'm only allowed to speak on the germaneness issue. This is not germane, and I object.
May I
Would the gentleman like to be heard on the point of order?
Repeat the question?
Would the gentleman like to be heard on the point of order?
If I may, please.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized for that purpose and that purpose only.
Yes, so you're talking about using parole authority here. And it is germane because it's Section 212 that you're proposing to use. There's no reason why this is not germane.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, we amend 212L, and this amends a different 212D5, which is not before us. It's not germane. It's beyond the scope of the underlying bill.
Mr. Chairman, I disagree with that assessment. This is under Section 212. There's no reason why this amendment should not be heard. Are we going to continue to have uncontrolled immigration that's going to happen in this country? That's exactly what's going to happen. I hope all of you are here a couple years from now when this is going to be used to funnel people.
You are not recognized for purposes of debate. Clause 7 of, the chair is prepared to rule on the point of order. Clause 7 of House Rule 16 prohibits amendments that are on a subject matter different than the proposal that is under consideration. The subject of the bill we are currently considering is adding the Virgin Islands to the special visa waiver program for Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. The gentleman's amendment proposes to amend the visa waiver program with respect to Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. It also amends a statute that is not amended by the bill. For these 2 reasons, which is a subject different from what we are considering in this bill resolution. For these 2 reasons, the amendment is not germane and violates Clause 7 of Rule 16.
May I respond?
The ruling's been made. There's no response to the ruling.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for a vote on germaneness.
Are you appealing the ruling of the chair?
I am appealing the ruling of the chair.
I move to table.
The gentlelady moves to table. The motion is tabled.
Mr. Chairman,
Point of order. Yes, for a vote. You need to vote.
Recorded vote on the motion, please.
The question occurs on the motion to table. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, nay.
Nay.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Recorded vote requested, please.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen.
Yeah, you can get her name from her. She's got my cell and everything.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
Aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Raskin.
But aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Dimmings.
Aye.
Ms. Dimmings votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Nagoose. Ms. McBath.
McBath votes aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Vote yes.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye.
I can make that
Ms.
joke. My
Bush?
wife's name.
Bush votes aye.
But, you know.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert.
Members should remember to keep their mute buttons on except when voting.
Mr. Issa.
No.
Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck.
No.
Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Tiffany.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Sparts.
No.
Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
I vote yes.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes yes.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes yes.
Mr. Cohen votes yes.
How is Swalwell recorded?
Ms. Scanlon.
Scanlon votes yes.
Mr.
Ms. Scanlon
Swalwell.
votes yes.
Swalwell votes aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I
Mr.
recorded?
Johnson of Georgia.
Mr. Chairman.
I vote aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye.
Mr. Liu?
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye.
Gomer votes no.
Mr. Gomert votes
Mr.
no.
Gomert?
Yep, vote no.
Oscar Correa recorded.
Mr. Correa, you are not recorded, and you will have to turn your camera on.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded or have not been recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 21 ayes and 13 noes.
The motion to table is adopted. For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a serious immigration problem at our southern border. Neither the Biden administration nor, unfortunately, my Democratic colleagues here on this committee seem to be at all concerned about the free flow of whoever or whatever is coming across our southern border. We're seeing record amounts of both drug trafficking and human trafficking, and despite those problems at our southern border, Mr. Chairman, you still have not invited the Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary Mayorkas, to testify before this committee since his appointment over a year ago. He's testified many times before.
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
I'd be happy to yield.
The Secretary is testifying on April 28th.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Excellent. Well, I commend you for having, we should have been here a long time ago, but you're bringing him better late than never. There's no way that we should be considering legislation like H.R. 5460 until we're able to greatly reduce the flow of illegal immigration and drugs. And, you know, the southwest border encounters have tripled to nearly 1.7 million last year compared to back in 2020. And deportations dropped by about a third over the same period. When Customs and Border Control encounters an illegal immigrant, it processes and then releases the alien into the United States. This arrangement is totally unacceptable. It's nuts. We should be working to improve enforcement of our immigration laws, not providing additional pathways for aliens to gain unlawful entry into the United States, as is the case with the legislation that we're considering today. Why do we need a visa waiver program in the U.S. Virgin Islands, or anywhere else for that matter, when someone could literally travel to Mexico and simply walk across our porous southern border? Some are bringing drugs laced with fentanyl. Others are involved in violent drug activities in the United States. And sadly, others are being trafficked here against their will. The Biden administration's failure to enforce our immigration laws are putting the safety of Americans at risk each and every day. I urge my colleagues to reject this reckless legislation, which will have the effect of increasing overstays, birth tourism, human and drug trafficking, including fentanyl, and overall make our country less safe. And I urge my colleagues in the majority to work with us to strengthen our immigration laws to keep dangerous individuals and substances out of our communities. For those reasons, I don't think this legislation is wise, or that we ought to be moving forward with it. But I am pleased to see that you're having Mr. Mayorkas finally come before this committee, and I commend you for that. Now yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, have we dispensed with this bill? I just have I have another amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5460.
The amendment will be, without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The existing territorial visa waiver programs and widespread abuse of the parole system has resulted in a surge of birth tourism in the CNMI. Mr. Chairman, my amendment will help protect against a growing problem of birth tourism. Since this policy began, the volume of entries by Chinese nationals to the CNMI has skyrocketed, and so has a troubling spike in birth tourism. All we have to do is look at the numbers. The number of births to foreign visitors in the CNMI jumped from less than 10 in 2009 to almost 600 in 2018. In fact, the problem has become so prevalent that in recent years, the number of births to foreign mothers on the islands has exceeded births to legal U.S. residents. This loophole is so well understood overseas that it created a cottage industry. In 2017, the FBI uncovered an underground birth tourism network on Saipan in which Chinese women paid thousands of dollars to a criminal syndicate that offered birth tourism packages. When have we been hearing about this regularly? People paying to get into the United States however they can. The 14th Amendment doesn't say that all persons born in the U.S. are citizens. It says that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. That second phrase is often ignored by advocates of birthright citizenship. Its original meaning refers to the political allegiance of an individual and the jurisdiction that a foreign government has over that individual. It was never intended to grant citizenship to the children of foreign tourists, as is happening in the CNMI, and we want to make sure that it doesn't happen in the Virgin Islands also. We should close this loophole for the CNMI and Guam and make sure we do not open it for the Virgin Islands. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on her point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of fact for Mr. Tiffany, China was never allowed to participate in the visa waiver program for Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. But this amendment is not germane. It purports to amend provisions of the existing programs in Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands, which is beyond the scope of this bill, and it also purports to amend a separate part of the Immigration and Nationality Act having to do with American citizenship and the Virgin Islands. So it's not germane on 2 points, and I insist on the point of order.
The chair is... Does the gentleman wish to be heard on the point of order?
I do.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, here we go again. We're simply not going to close any loopholes, and we're going to find every technicality possible to prevent that from happening. We have a border that is completely wide open, that is so porous at this point, and we all know what is happening with that. By the way, did the lady know that China got categorical parole?
That's not correct, but that's beyond the point. We're talking about germaneness, and this is not germane. And I would encourage my colleagues, if you disagree with the bill, to offer germane amendments so we can actually discuss it rather than the germaneness rules.
May I continue, Mr. Chairman?
It's your time.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, we have another loophole that is about to be created, and only this one is not in the South Pacific. This one is right in our backyard in the Caribbean. And if we are so naive to think that this is not going to be utilized to drive hundreds, thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people into this country, we're simply being naive. Because the signs are up all over the world, come to America. I mean, there's a story I read recently, or just this week, that Cubans are selling their homes and getting to the southern border as fast as possible as a result of Title 42 going away. So think about it. You got the message going out around the world that Title 42 is going to unleash, that there will be no controls at our southern border, and now you want to create another loophole to be able to get into the United States via the Virgin Islands. You don't think people are paying attention to this stuff?
The gentleman is not addressing the point of order. He's addressing what he regards the substance of the bill. Comments are not in order if they're not addressing the point of order.
May I
The
continue?
chair is-
Will the gentleman yield?
No.
No,
The
I'm
chair is
asking the
prepared.
gentleman-
I will.
The chair is.
The gentleman still has 2 minutes.
Does the gentleman?
I will yield to the gentleman from
Does the
California.
gentleman wish to be heard on the point of order?
Yes, I believe that the points that the gentleman raised are germane to the bill. The gentlelady from California is correct. China's not subject to the visa waiver, but they were given a blanket parole for all citizens of China and Russia. The gentleman has tried to close that
Anything
loophole.
to do with China or Russia are not germane to this bill.
And
chair is
specifically
prepared to-
for the purpose
the chair
of
is-
giving birth.
The chair is
Both of
prepared.
these
The chair is
issues
prepared
are
to
integral
rule
to
on
the bill.
The chair is prepared to rule on the point of order. Clause 7 of House Rule 16 prohibits amendments that are on a subject matter different than the proposal that is under consideration. The subject of the bill we are currently considering is adding the Virgin Islands to the special visa waiver program that is already in place for Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. The gentleman's amendment proposes to amend the visa waiver program with respect to Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands, which is a subject different from what we are considering in this bill. The amendment, therefore, is not germane and violates Clause 7 of Rule 16. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
The decision of the gentleman appeals the ruling of the chair. The gentlelady moves the table. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
nay.
No.
The ayes have it. The amendment is,
We'd like a roll call.
roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Yes.
Mr. Nadler votes yes. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No, so. Yes, yes,
Jackson-
Jackson Lee votes yes.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes yes.
Okay.
Mr. Cohen.
Owen votes yes. I might have to
Mr.
find
Cohen votes yes. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
Bass votes aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu.
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Stimmings.
Aye.
Ms. Stimmings votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, you'll have to turn your camera on.
Nope, I'm right here.
Oh, sorry. Ms.
Okay.
Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Nagoose. Ms. McBath.
McBath votes aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Jones. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes yes.
Ms. Bush votes yes. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert.
Gohmert votes no.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Issa.
No.
Mr. Issa votes
Sorry,
no.
we were voting in a committee.
Mr.
Yeah.
Buck.
No.
Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stube. Mr. Tiffany.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Sparts.
No.
Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. No. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Owens.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Deutsch, you are not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye.
How is Swalwell recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye.
Are there any members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded?
Mr. Chairman, how is Correa recorded?
Mr.
That's
Correa,
Correa.
you are not recorded.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye.
Again, are there any members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
How am I recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you are recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Efforts in getting amongst readers, research that.
Someone should mute their mic when they're not voting.
Mr. Chairman, there are 21 ayes and 13 noes.
The amendment, I'm sorry, the motion is tabled. Are there any further amendments?
Mr.
What
Chairman.
purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
I reserve a point of order.
Clerk will report the amendment, or point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5460, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Add at the end of the bill the following. Section 3, effective date. This act and the amendments made by this act shall take effect on the date on which the Secretary of Homeland Security certifies to Congress that all aliens who enter the country unlawfully are either removed pursuant to sections 235B1A I or 235B1 B3.
The amendment can be, without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. So this amendment delays the effective date of the bill until the Secretary of Homeland Security certifies to Congress that the Department of Homeland Security is complying with Section 235 of the Immigration Nationality Act. Section 235 requires DHS to detain aliens while their proceedings are pending. It states that aliens, quote, shall be detained for further consideration of the application for asylum and shall be detained for proceeding under Section 1229A, close quote. The exception to this requirement is that aliens who arrive from contiguous territory may be returned to that territory pending a proceeding under Section 1229A. The exception that I just referred to is the legal basis for the migrant protection protocols or the Remain in Mexico policy. That's right now, DHS is under a court order to actually implement MPP. The testimony, by the way, I'm glad you're having Secretary Mayorkas in. We had him into the Border Security Caucus yesterday. The number of people being removed under MPP right now is 9 a day, nationwide, 9 a day. That's silly. That's ridiculous. Under my amendment, the bill we're considering would not take effect until the Secretary certifies that all illegal aliens are either removed, detained, or enrolled in MPP, which is actually the current state of the law. So this bill would, under my amendment, would not take effect until DHS complies with the law. There should be nothing controversial about that. Every member of Congress should want DHS to comply with the law, or you should change the law. Unfortunately, under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, DHS has chosen to ignore the law and is simply releasing illegal aliens into the country. Last year, DHS admitted that it had released some 95,000 illegal aliens with a notice to report. That's tantamount to a parole. That means they released the aliens and told them, we trust you to report to a local ICE office sometime in the future. That violates Title VIII. The INA does not give them the authority to do this, and DHS has stopped, and they must be stopped doing that. Before we give DHS another program to administer, we should make sure that DHS is complying with the laws already on the books. I urge all members to support my amendment. Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. What, does the gentlelady insist on her point of order?
No, I think the amendment is germane in that it amends the effective date of the bill.
And for what
So I
purpose is the
withdraw my
gentlelady?
germaneness
And for what purpose
reservation.
is the gentlelady
Strike
further
the
seek
last
recognition?
word.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I would just, I oppose this amendment, and I listened carefully to my colleagues across the aisle express concern about uninspected and unauthorized entry into the country, which is not permitted. It's not something that any member of this committee is for. But I will note that no administration, including the Trump administration, has ever met the criteria that's outlined in this amendment. And the Congress has never appropriated the resources sufficient to meet the requirements of this amendment. So what the amendment simply would do would be to say that the Virgin Islands has to suffer. They have to suffer a decline in their tourism industry. They have to take a hit because they can't get tourists in, and they are heavily dependent on their tourism industry. I don't think that is a reasonable approach. I understand, I respect the gentleman's view. I don't agree with him. But to punish the Virgin Islands for something that no administration has ever succeeded in doing, I think is not a fair approach. I would note that the delegate from the Virgin Islands has been absolutely relentless in pursuing this remedy. As we all know, the Virgin Islands was hit with just a devastating hurricane. They're still trying to come out from under that hurricane. It did tremendous economic damage. And then, of course, with the COVID pandemic, the tourism industry took a huge hit. A lot of the Virgin Island economy is dependent on cruise ships coming in to visit, to spend some money there. That didn't happen during the pandemic. And of course, now we know all over the United States is very, very difficult to get an appointment at a consular office to be interviewed for a visa. It can take, from my own casework in my district office, we're being told it can take a year or 2 years to get an appointment to be interviewed, not only for a visitor's visa, but for spouses of American citizens, for any purpose. And so basically, if we adopt this amendment, it really guts the bill and says, Virgin Islands, you are out of luck. And I don't think that's the right thing to do. It's not indicated. It really it basically destroys the bill. I understand that many of my colleagues had a special briefing with Secretary Mayorkas earlier this week. I'm sure that Mr. Mayorkas, who's going to be in to our committee room, I think towards the end of this month, is that right, Mr. Chairman? We'll have an opportunity to talk to him. I think that's the appropriate venue for the discussion that members want to have. I don't think harming the Virgin Islands with this amendment is the right approach. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I to speak on the amendment.
Gentleman strikes the last word.
Fine.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
we're told to constantly reference the experience of Guam and the Marianas Islands, and I agree, we ought to take very close look at our experience with the visa waivers there. The Obama-Biden administration issued blanket parole to Chinese and Russian citizens to enter under the program. What we saw was a 60-fold increase, not a doubling, not a tripling, a 60-fold increase in babies born to these foreign nationals in order to claim U.S. citizenship. Now, the Democrats have just refused to place provisions in this bill that would prevent this from happening as they extend the visa waiver program to the U.S. Virgin Islands. I think that should tell us everything we need to know about what they intend to do with this bill. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McClintock, would you yield to me for just one brief minute? Sure. I just want to know, I know you don't agree with this bill, but the Guam CNMI was never in the visa waiver program. And so, I think there were, both the Trump administration and the Obama administration had the use of parole that I think was abused, and it was stopped.
Reclaiming my time.
Yes, sir.
Yes, they were part of the visa waiver program.
No.
The visa waiver program was extended to Guam and the U.S. Virgin Islands. It did not apply to Chinese or Russian citizens.
Correct.
But those Russian and Chinese citizens were then given a blanket parole by the Obama-Biden administration, emphasis on the word Biden. We're now in the Biden administration, and you're extending the program now to the U.S. Virgin Islands. We're simply asking for an assurance that we will not see the same abuse that you have just admitted was an abuse under this administration. I don't get it. Or maybe I do. Maybe that is the intent.
Would the gentleman yield further? Because in 2009, completely separate from the visa waiver program, the Department of Homeland Security instituted a 45-day parole program for Chinese nationals to come
and Russian nationals
for tourism and business. The federal government and CNMI authorities coordinated to stop the program, and there was a prosecution made of a Chinese national who was harboring undocumented immigrants and offering trip packages.
Again, reclaiming my time, the reason that foreign national was able to run that scam was because of the blanket parole that we've simply asked you to forbid up front in this bill, and you won't do it. That's a big concern. That's
the gentleman yield.
Would the gentleman yield further?
The gentleman yield.
I'll yield to Mr. Biggs.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to clarify one point. I mean, that program originated under Obama-Biden. Under Trump, they stopped, they curtailed the Russian aspect. They limited the Chinese aspect. They should have stopped the Chinese aspect altogether. But to say that they were never part of this program is inaccurate.
Would the gentleman yield further? Because before we went into the visa waiver program, the Northern Mariana Islands had some control over its own immigration system, and the Russian and Chinese tourists had a major role in their economy. The Obama administration, the Trump administration did parole for a short period of time. There were problems in prosecution, so they were never part of the visa waiver program, and they wouldn't be under the terms of this agreement either.
Reclaiming my time, we are dealing with an administration that has already admitted into the United States, between the gotaways and those deliberately admitted and trafficked throughout the United States at taxpayer expense, a population the size of Montana and Wyoming combined just since it took office. We've seen a 60-fold increase in babies born to foreign nationals in Guam and the Marianas. We are asking simply for an assurance that that will not happen in this case, and we can't get that assurance. You understand how suspicious that looks to us, and I suspect to the American people.
If the gentleman would yield further.
Final 10 seconds. Actually, I'll give you 5, and I'll take the last.
The issue that you've raised has been resolved through action, prosecution, and administrative action. It's unrelated. This is a visa waiver program for the Virgin Islands. It has nothing to do with Chinese nationals or Russians. They don't qualify for the visa waiver program. They're not going to be coming into the Virgin Islands. And I would hope that we could help the Virgin Islands out here with the
Time of the
tourism.
gentleman has expired.
Thank you very much for your courtesy.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Who else seeks recognition? For what purpose does Ms. Jackson Lee seek recognition? Well, for what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Who strike the last word?
Gentleman is recognized.
I would note that while our colleague, Representative Plaskett, is focused on expanding the program for travel purposes between Caribbean islands and nations, during a 2013 Energy and Commerce Committee hearing, the Commissioner of the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism testified that a U.S. Virgin Islands VWP would be used to draw travelers from faraway countries, specifically stated that the U.S. Virgin Islands would, quote, harness the increased visitors from Brazil, China, and other long-haul destinations. And I think that is, at part, is obviously what we're discussing here and what Mr. McClintock is raising and what the reality of what we're dealing with. But then there's a larger issue that, as we speak, we got about 8,000 people coming a day that if the U.S. Virgin Islands wants some tourism, maybe they can tap into that market. Because we got 8,000 people a day flooding into Texas and Arizona and across our southern border. When I look at what we're dealing with, like just today, and I've not been able to study the details of it because we've been on the floor here in the committee, but Governor Abbott has announced some new plans in Texas. And I don't know exactly the nature of them, but some plans involving turning folks away and potentially busing a large number or all of these folks right here to the nation's capital and frankly to the steps of this Capitol building. Now, people want to say, oh, well, that's some sort of theatrical stunt. No, it's not. It's not. And I hope that he's going to be aggressively turning people away, frankly, just tell Border Patrol to get out of the way and do the job that Texans need to do to secure the border. I hope he does that, and I'll support him in it. And I'll also support him in saying that anybody who does get in or the Border Patrol attempts to release in the state of Texas, drop them right here at the front door of the Capitol. But this is, I just want to be clear about what we're talking about. So at the heart of the amendment that my colleague offers here to simply say that we would delay the effectiveness of this change until the Secretary of Homeland Security can certify to Congress that all aliens who enter the country unlawfully are either removed, certain those sections, or enrolled in the migrant protection protocols. That is a reasonable position to take, notwithstanding what the gentlelady from California said about the fact that it is, in her words, I think, not been achieved under any of the recent administrations. I think that proves the point. It proves the point that there is no seriousness or resolve, particularly in this body, but certainly in this administration. I think there was some resolve or a strong resolve among some in the Trump administration and by the president himself to ensure enforcement of the law and to ensure removal and secure the border. We saw that with the massive decline to roughly 458 or 460,000 apprehensions in 2020 as compared to the 2 million apprehensions last year. And I would just ask my colleagues, look at the scoreboard. Explain it. I mean, truly, explain it. 500,000, still not good, for the record. Should be zero, but okay, 500,000, 2 million, and now 8,000 a day. My colleagues literally never want to respond to that. They never want to actually address it or answer it. And they want to say, oh, well, that's not germane here. We're talking about the U.S. Virgin Islands and their important tourism. I'm talking about the sovereignty of the United States of America.
The gentleman yield?
I'll yield.
I just wanted to note, to be precise, that on page 6, line 14, the countries that work that the bill addresses are the Caribbean community whose, and there's going to be a country-by-country review, and the waiver may only be issued if inclusion on the list does not represent a threat to the welfare, safety, or security of the U.S. It's not, whatever the governor said, I wasn't at that hearing, it has nothing to do with far-flung countries. It's the Caribbean community. And by the way,
Reclaiming my time, because I've got 20 seconds.
okay, fine.
I would just, and
I do appreciate your courtesy.
I would just point, though, is that the fact is, what we're talking about in this amendment is saying, until we have anything resembling control of our border, why would we be expanding visas without constraints? And I think that is the point of my friend's amendment, and I support it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, this amendment's entirely sensible. It simply says that the right time for some further liberalization of immigration law, and I hear the gentlelady from California's point about it being in this far-removed location, but others have made the point that it can and will have cascading impacts on American immigration generally. And so the amendment says the right time for this kind of liberalization is when the chaos is contained. If there is no desire to contain the chaos, then it would be hard, I can appreciate, for one to see the need for the amendment. And I was just sitting here thinking about it. I probably should not go here because it's a little bit lighthearted, but that doesn't really hurt as long as we've been in this markup. It calls to mind for me the meme that you see on the internet with the cartoon dog sitting at a table, sipping coffee, surrounded by flames. And in the little speech cloud, it says, "This is fine." Of course, the saying is the left can't meme, so you guys might not have seen it. But the point is that amid calamity, amid disaster, there are some who cannot summon themselves to any state of alarm. Apropos of that, the Committee on Homeland Security today, I had to miss the hearing because I wanted to be with you guys. But the hearing was on Title 42 with witnesses brought in advocating for Title 42 to go away. Of course, it is going away. And I understand that the content was that Title 42 is inhumane. And again, there's this recurring cluelessness about what constitutes a humane immigration policy. There was the story the other day of a brave Customs and Border Patrol officers of the Texas Public Safety finding a blazing vehicle on fire, fully involved, and they realized that there was a satchel or a duffel bag in the truck, in the back of the truck, and it was moving. And so they realized there's somebody in there. There was a person smuggled, zipped up inside a duffel bag within moments of being burned to death. That's one little vignette. But we know about the rapes. We know about the fees charged by the cartels. We know about the indentured servitude. We know about the trafficking, all of which is promoted by this borderless United States. And so, again, you'd have to see that there's a problem. And I think that's the fundamental issue on this debate on this amendment is, for all that we have seen, for the 2 million who have come in a year's time, for the hundreds and hundreds of thousands who have been released into the United States for indefinitely, with all the impacts that will have, I guess there's just still even a majority in this Congress right now who don't see a problem. But I think there's a problem, and the American people think there's a problem, The American people think there is a catastrophe, and I agree with them. And consequently, I believe this amendment worthy of support. And if anyone seeks time, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, I yield to you.
Thank you very much. I just want to call people's attention to a couple things. Number one, in Yuma, where it's ramping up and you're getting 1,000 people a day coming across the border in Yuma. Yeah, I'm hurrying. When you talk about Caribbean community, we've got tons of folks coming from Cuba, from Haiti, from the DR. That's the Caribbean community. But I just want to point your attention to something that was reported today, just today. Texas troopers stopped 2 human traffickers as they were bringing in a load of human beings. Earlier this week, a dump truck was found with 75 human beings in Texas crammed together as they're smuggling them across. This gets to the point the gentleman was making. Our house is on fire. Yield back.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Who seeks recognition? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Yeah.
Mr. Cohen.
He's not here.
Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen, you're muted.
Yes, I was. I'm not muted now. I'm no longer muted. I'm free. And I want to vote. Lucy, if I want to vote yes, shake your head yes. If I want to vote no, shake your head no. Lucy, you're muted too.
The chairman has
Lucy.
voted. The chairman has voted no.
I vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
There was a terrible cost enacted.
The members are reminded to mute themselves unless they're voting. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Mr. Deutsch.
Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
The chairman voted no.
I wish to change my vote to no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Ms. Bass. Ms. Bass.
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries.
It's a no on the Biggs amendment.
Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Raskin.
Lou votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings.
No.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes no.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean.
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Jones. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa.
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes
Aye.
aye. Mr. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates.
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stube. Mr. Tiffany.
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach.
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
How am I recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you are not recorded.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Deutsch, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Did you hear Ms. Jackson Lee?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you recorded as no.
Hello?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you recorded as no.
Thank you.
How is Swalwell recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No, please.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
Ms. Ross? How was Ms. Ross recorded?
Ms. Ross is recorded as no.
Okay. Have all members who wish to record...
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Jeffries, you are not recorded.
Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Jeffries votes no.
Have all members who wish to be recorded been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 13 ayes and 22 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. For what purposes, Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. And I want to comment on the underlying bill also, as well as the events that are going on here. So we're going to do nothing about another loophole that's about to be created in our immigration system here in the United States. The CNMI parole is being used to bring in Chinese nationals, in spite of what some may say on this committee. And what some people on this committee may say, the situation is resolved. There's no situation resolved here. And look at what the Virgin Islands says as far as the people they want to bring in. They want to bring in tourists from around the world, including from China. You don't think the same thing is going to happen? Of course it's going to happen. By the way, a little news flash. The press secretary acknowledged for the president today that all illegal immigrants are getting free phones as they come into the country.
Getting what?
More free stuff coming at the out of the pocketbook of hardworking Americans. It just continues. And let's be real clear in this committee. We're responsible. You've heard all the numbers. You've seen the 2 million, not including the gotaways and all the rest. But think about the fentanyl amendment that we just had on the previous bill. Folks, we're responsible on this committee. We are responsible for what's going on out in our country at this point when fentanyl is it's not overdoses, as the gentleman from Florida said, it is poisoning Americans. Over 100,000 people died of drug overdoses in the United States in 2021, the greatest number of people in the history of our country. They're being poisoned. They're being poisoned as a result of fentanyl coming across our southern border, and we're choosing to do nothing about it. The sex trafficking that's coming across the southern border. Go talk to one of the sheriffs down in Arizona. They'll tell you about the little bags of pills that go along with the women who are smuggled into the United States after having paid thousands of dollars to the drug cartels. And why are they carrying those pills? I can assure you that the women on this panel can tell you why. Because they're being raped as they go across their long trek to get across the southern border, and they carry the pills to end the pregnancy. We're responsible for this stuff, ladies and gentlemen. When are we going to do something about it? Instead, here we are. And by the way, we've got the United Nations organization that we fund, the International Organization for Migration, that's giving remittances to people to come into the United States that the taxpayers of the United States are paying for. And then when they get here, they get their free phone, their free travel to wherever they want to go, and all the other benefits that come with it at the generosity of the American people. And those generous American people are being hammered by inflation as a result of those rich public benefits that they have to pay for with the deficit spending that we're doing. We're responsible for what's going on here. When are we going to do something about it? Rather than creating loopholes that some technicality is cited by a member of the committee saying, well, we just can't possibly do it this because it doesn't meet Section 12, Item A, whatever in the bill. Okay, if that's not the case, then write it. Help us write it to make sure that we cover, that we prevent these loopholes from being created. Mr. Chairman, this is not a serious committee at this point with what is going on in the United States of America, with people coming into this country and the utter lawlessness that is going on as a result of it. It is just mind-boggling, disappointing. I yield back.
Madam Chair.
For what purpose does Mr. Has he spoken on the bill? There's no amendment. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield to Mr. Cicilline.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I just want to respond briefly to Mr. Tiffany's consternation, I guess would be the best way I would describe it. First of all, to say it should be very clear that the visa waiver program that this legislation attempts to establish for the U.S. Virgin Islands is a visa waiver program that has been referenced a number of times that is available to Guam and the Mariana Islands. China has never been eligible to participate in the Guam CNMI visa waiver program. I'm going to say that again because we've heard about an hour of discussion about how China is going to take advantage of this program. The claims that China will have access to this program are simply inaccurate because China has never been able to participate in the Guam CNMI visa waiver program. I've said it twice, so hopefully it will sink in. But I think the other thing to remember here is the suggestion about the failure to take the border issue seriously. I think it's important for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to remember that immigration enforcement agencies have become the top recipients of federal law enforcement dollars. In fiscal year 2018, Congress appropriated $24 billion to fund principal immigration enforcement, 34% more than the $17.9 billion allocated for all other federal criminal law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, DEA, AFT, combined. And slightly more than 2/3 of that $16.3 billion was allocated to CBP to support border security. So we are making no, I won't. I will when I finish. I don't mean, just let me finish my point. So we're making major investments at the border, and this administration is using those resources to make sure that our immigration system remains orderly, humane, and consistent with the values of our country. And so people might need to be reminded that the refugee system that allows people to come to America who are fleeing persecution, fear, war, famine, has been described by the evangelical community in this country as the crown jewel of America's humanitarian effort around the world. We should be proud of that. And so instead of disparaging immigration and disparaging immigrants, who, by the way, make extraordinary contributions to this country, who help build, I'm a grandson of immigrants.
Good.
We're a country of immigrants. And so to take this visa waiver program to the U.S. Virgin Islands that has suffered so much because of natural disasters and COVID and are trying to rebuild their economy and need these people that Mr. Tiffany describes as invaders. They're customers.
Would the gentleman
They're
yield?
visitors. They're people who will spend money and
Will the
support
gentleman
small, I'm
yield?
not done, small businesses in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And by the way, I respect deeply the representative of the U.S. Virgin Islands, that she'll know, in fact, what's best for that community that she represents. This is her bill. So, let's at least focus just for a minute on the legislation before us, which is a simple bill, which will allow a visa waiver program for the U.S. Virgin Islands, will allow the more than 105 American citizens who have suffered because of both an economic downturn and natural disasters rebuild their economy so they can welcome people who visit and follow the very sound advice of the champion for the U.S. Virgin Islands, our colleague Stacey Plaskett. And I think it was Mr.
Will the gentleman
Bishop,
yield?
I
I'll
think,
take just a
first had a
minute.
question. Then I'm sorry, it's Miss Scanlon's time. I'll yield back to Miss Scanlon. My apologies.
And I just yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
So the gentleman is correct that the regulations regarding recalcitrant countries limited Russia and China, but they were paroled. That's the whole point. They were paroled. And so the gentleman just glosses over the abuses of the system when we're trying to address those abuses. And they're not small. I mean, there's stories replete. Just a quick Google, they'll let me Google that for you. In the Pacific Island Times, talking about the abuses of this exact thing, right? But the parole program has opened the floodgates to immigration abuse. Chinese tourists come to the CNMI either to work or to give birth, prompting the federal government to revisit the CNMI parole for Chinese visitors. This is the actual reality of what happens when we have these kinds of policies. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle exhibit no concern or care whatsoever to the potential abuses in our very broken system. Again, I know we keep coming back to the southern border and the state of the overall immigration system, and my colleagues don't want to talk about that for the same reason when I said they wouldn't want to talk about a heartbeat bill. Heartbeats aren't fun things to talk about when we're talking about abortion. They certainly don't want to talk about the state of our border and 8,000 people coming across a day. They just sweep it aside like it's no big deal. Sweep aside things like stash houses. Well, whatever. I guess it's just the cost of doing business, of having a wide open border that's not secure. So then we say, well, we'd like to, if we're going to have a debate in this committee, not on trying to deal with an actual massive crisis at our border, but we're going to say, oh, well, it's critical to the U.S. Virgin Islands that we open up the visa waivers for their economy. All right, we can have that conversation. We're all intelligent people who want to sit around and have a, discussion about what's good for the territories of the United States. We can't have a conversation about limits because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want no limits. It's the only thing they could say is that there's no limits, no concern about wide open borders. And the amount of smirks that I constantly see among colleagues on the floor here, dismissing those concerns. I hope Governor Abbott is serious about getting 900 buses, filling them up, and dumping off here on the steps of the Capitol. I hope the governor is serious about putting boats in the river, telling the feds to get the hell out of the way, stand on the river, and turn people away. I'll saddle up, and I'll go down, and I'll go to arm myself and stand right alongside of them to help. Because that's what's happening to the state of Texas. That's what's happening to our people. None of my colleagues here give a rip, and we're going to sit in a room and talk to any of the ranchers, any of the people getting hurt. And we're just going to sit here, and we're going to blow through yet another loophole, as my colleague articulately outlined for us a little bit ago. I'm going to yield to the gentleman right now.
If I can take just a couple seconds here. So, yeah, we can split hairs here and that this is not visas. They're not coming in via visas, but they're coming in via parole. And to the American people, that's exactly what it is. It's just splitting hairs. But what I want to enter, the Wall Street Journal did an exhaustive investigative report. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record here, if I may. Saipan is the title of this article. The island where Chinese mothers deliver American babies, women looking to give birth to U.S. citizens have found a loophole in the Pacific. Unanimous consent to enter.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. I hope all of you will read that. Please read it, because another loophole is being created. I turn it back to the gentleman from Texas.
Yeah, I'll just finish. I mean, in the same article, this is a few years ago, more than 1,000 Chinese construction laborers were discovered to have entered the CNMI as tourists and had exceeded the 45-day period. You go down from 8 childbirths in 2009, the number increased to 1,034 births between January 2014 and October 2016. All of this under the parole that my colleagues ignored in trying to say that there's no issue because of the recalcitrant provision of the regulations, which, by the way, we may be blowing up in this bill, which we'll address in a minute, another amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
There are many things that are going on in Texas that I think we would prefer not to be going on. There is not one person that does not recognize border states have challenges, and those who live on the border states and those who've had the opportunity to be at the border on many, many occasions are recognizing. But acts of hysteria and grandstanding, National Guard at the border, to the extent that they're committing suicide, now announcement of massive buses of migrants that may be coming across, and I think either sending them, I saw the word Washington, I wasn't sure whether they said Washington, D.C. or Washington State. Those are not problem solving. Those are just creating the grand march of hysteria. Let me be historic and indicate that we did have, in years past, the recognition that this was a nation of immigrants and laws. The Statue of Liberty has been cited with great honor and emotion as those who came from European shores were welcomed. We also know that people of different backgrounds have helped build this country in many different ways. The heritage of those that did not come as migrants, who were slaves, that helped build this country. There were the Chinese that built the railroads in some instances, the Irish, and others who in their own way contributed to this nation. This consistent scare and long redundant attack on the question of immigrants and potential migrants, some of them fleeing from being decapitated. As I indicated, at our southern border, we will find Ukrainians, we will find Haitians, South and Central Americans, and others. I welcome the astuteness of our Customs and Border Patrol, CBP and Border Patrol, and the resources they may need to weed out and to catch the terrorists. The one or two that may be coming, I don't ignore it and don't discount it as being serious. But most of these individuals are coming and fleeing for some sort of persecution and violence, and yes, some may be economic migrants as well. Setting that aside, this is a simple program dealing with the Virgin Islands. And I'm glad the gentlelady from the U.S. Virgin Islands has made it clear of the need for this particular program. It is to ensure that there is an economy outside or in our waters, to keep people home, to give people jobs, to welcome people to the major industry that they have. It does not apply to China or any place else, regardless of the circumstances in Guam. We've heard in the discussion that there's been oversight, there's been prosecution, and so this program will likewise seek to ensure that all it does is to make a better pathway for tourists and to make the arrival and departure system easier and to assure that the countries in the program that the procedures work to secure America. So I support this program, and I think we can do well. I'm reminded of the Gang of Eight. I'm reminded of George W. Bush, who was willing to sign an immigration bill. I'm reminded of Ronald Reagan, who signed an immigration bill, and for its purposes, it did have some results that were necessary. Congress makes laws in the eyesight that they have at the time, and they have done good. And they've done it as Republicans and Democrats based on the ideals of this nation and the laws of this nation. We now come, as we near our midterms, we again raise the heads that we think will be most provocative to our constituents. And I would argue that there are so many help wanted signs that if we would do this in the right way, a comprehensive immigration program, separate and aside from this legislation, we would do well by the American people. We do well by security. We do well by securing the nation. We do well by showing ourselves to be humane. We can't say that we welcome the Ukrainians and bang up on everybody and bang up on every other person. I ask for support of the underlying bill, and I yield back.
For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5460.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment delays the implementation of the bill under the Secretary of Homeland Security until the Secretary of Homeland Security certifies to Congress that DHS is maintaining operational control of the border as required by the Secure Fence Act of 2006. That act requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to achieve and maintain operational control over the entire international land and maritime borders of the United States. It defines operational control as, quote, the prevention of all unlawful entries into the United States, including entries by terrorists, other unlawful aliens, instruments of terrorism, narcotics, and other contraband, close quote. Secretary Mayorkas is not maintaining operational control of the border. That is a fact. We're currently experiencing the worst border crisis in our history. Just this fiscal year, CBP has encountered more than 838,000 illegal aliens entering our country. From October 1 to today, over 800,000 illegal aliens have been encountered. That does not include the hundreds of thousands of those who come in are the gotaways, what we call the gotaways. So they have known gotaways, then you have speculation on how many of the other gotaways are. In addition, illegal drugs continue to flow across our borders. I was in Arizona last week speaking with local law enforcement about the flow of drugs. And I can tell you, if you're going out, you're going to see firsthand the trash, debris, and environmental damage that's left behind by the drug smugglers. Illegal drugs such as fentanyl continue to flow across our border and kill Americans. Estimates in the southern Arizona region alone last year, 13 million fentanyl pills were seized. DEA has said 40% of fentanyl pills are lethal. Our first priority as members of Congress should be to ensure that we have a secure border. And so I've structured this amendment to, before you start providing additional loopholes for anybody else to come in legally, you should bring the border under operational control as is required under the Secure Fence Act. I just want to talk about a couple things that we've heard today. No one is disparaging immigrants on either side of the aisle. We average about 1.2 million legal immigrants who come in and have their legal status, they obtain legal status and citizenship every year. That's more than any other country in the world. But last year, if you include the gotaways, we're in the neighborhood of 2.5 million illegal folks crossing our border. Hundreds of thousands getting in that we don't even know where they are, where they're coming from, or what their intentions are. Just a couple of days ago, off the Tohono O'odham Reservation, 55 individuals, 45 of whom were children in one group, were caught, were apprehended. Where were they from? 2 countries, Guatemala and Cuba. That's where they came from. Our Border Patrol men and women last year rescued more than 12,000 individuals who were lost, injured, harmed, coming across the border. When you say you respect the USVI delegates and her knowledge of what's best for her district, how about showing some respect to those of us who represent districts along the border or in a state that borders Mexico, and help us do what we know is best for our citizens? You can't make the argument that you're going to do what's best for that individual and their constituents when you're going to harm my constituents. But you're not just harming my constituents, you're harming the entire United States of America. I heard one of my colleagues say this is a nation of immigrants and laws. That's right, 1.2 million legal immigrants a year. But we're no longer a nation of laws if we don't control the border. We're no longer a nation of laws. Let me give you an example why I know that's true. Right now, there are 1.2 million people with final orders of removal from this country. We're required to detain them, find them and remove them. We have now 3,700 detained of that 1.2 million. And we're not removing folks. If we were, after they've had due process, we would be a nation of laws. We're no longer that nation. I urge you to vote for my amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
Does Ms. Lofgren insist on her point of order?
I do not. I believe the amendment is germane because it seeks to amend the provision relative to the effective date. However, I would like to strike the last.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I oppose this amendment, and let me say why. The gentleman correctly points out that we do not have a zero unauthorized entry situation at our borders, and I would add it's not just the border, but it's people in boats coming up the coast as well. It may surprise the gentleman to think that I think and want a situation that is orderly, where the only people who enter the United States do so in an orderly and authorized fashion. That's what I would like to see. That is not what's occurring now. It didn't occur during the prior administration, and it didn't occur before that administration. It's never occurred in the history of the United States. And I do think this amendment actually does this. It holds the Virgin Islands hostage to something, versus we have provided probably is not achievable at the current moment. The gentleman says that we should incarcerate 1.2 million people with final orders of deportation. Well, that's, an idea, but there are 30,000 or so detention beds in the United States. That's not going to hold the 1.2 million. And I would note this. He mentions the immigrants, intending immigrants, unauthorized immigrants from Guatemala and Cuba. Asylum is actually part of immigration law, and it needs to be administered in a more effective way, in an orderly way. But I just have to note that the people fleeing violence are fleeing from 3 countries, plus Cuba. I mean, The Cuban communist government is oppressive, and we oppose that communist oppression, and people are fleeing that communist oppression, and they're seeking asylum, as the immigration laws allow them to do. In terms of Central America, I've said for quite some time, it is important, not just for the United States, but for other Western Hemisphere nations, to form a coalition to help 3 countries stabilize so that their citizens don't have to flee for their lives. We are not seeing people flee from Costa Rica. We're not seeing people flee from Belize. We're seeing people flee from Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras because of the level of violence that some have described as ISIS without the religion. Now, we have a new focused effort that I pray will be successful. As you know, the former president of Honduras, who was elected with the support of the United States, unlike the rest of the Western Hemisphere, is a drug trafficker. That was our guy. He's now going to be arrested for being with the cartels, and there's a new government in Honduras. I hope that it's clean. I don't know, but they need to get a grip so that their citizens can live in peace and not have to flee for their lives. And until that happens, we're going to have people running to save themselves. I hope that we have a more effective system with the new policies that are being implemented by this administration. But meanwhile, I don't think it's fair or appropriate to hold the Virgin Islands hostage to that other goal. This visa waiver program for the Virgin Islands has nothing to do with any place but the Virgin Islands. The bill itself requires an adequate entry and exit system for the Virgin Islands. It allows for tourists to come for 45 days to the Virgin Islands, not anywhere else. And I do think, I know that there's a lot of dissension and discussion and even disagreements in some cases between members of the committee on the overall issue of immigration. But I hope that we can approve this bill and let the Virgin Islands get about its business of trying to recover economically. And this bill will go a long ways towards doing that. All of the tourist groups and the Chamber of Commerce in the Virgin Islands are supporting it. They're asking for us to do this bill, and I hope that we can. And I think the amendment will not help us achieve that goal. And with that, I yield back, Mr.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Mr. Strike, last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. Biggs has offered a really common sense amendment. I would urge my colleagues on both sides to support it. It makes every sense in the world. I know that I heard just a little while ago, one of my colleagues had mentioned that we needed comprehensive immigration reform. You hear that term. And I think many of us on this side are definitely for reforming our immigration laws. But first, we need to do just what the gentleman from Arizona has suggested, and that's make sure that we have control of the border so that we don't have people continuing to flow illegally into this country, and now at record levels. And, I've noticed that certainly Mr. Roy from Texas and Mr. Biggs from Arizona and Mr. McClintock from California, our colleagues that are literally on the border speak in a very impassioned manner. You know that they really care about this, they're sincere about it, their constituents are affected by this directly. But I would note, yes, they're from border states, but really we're all from border states nowadays, because the people that are coming into those states are very quickly being put on buses and being put on planes and being shipped all over the country. Oftentimes it's in the middle of the night, so that it's not so obvious, so the press can't necessarily show, if the press wanted to show, what's actually happening in the first place. Obviously, the mainstream press has been quite helpful to those that want open borders over the years. You know, for example, beating up the former president for allegedly having children in cages when the photographs were actually taken during the Obama administration. So they've been particularly helpful to the other side on this argument. But I would also note that when those folks are put on the buses and the planes, for example, who's footing the bill for all this? It's the American taxpayer. They're the ones that are paying for all this, and not only are they paying for that, but they're paying for food and clothing and educating the children and child care. And yes, they're paying for the law enforcement and incarceration costs when people that are here illegally commit crimes in this country, and not all do, clearly, although when you come into this country illegally, you're breaking the law, and so you've, in essence, committed a crime then. But the American taxpayer is footing the bill. So I just think that, you know, you ought to, I heard one of my colleagues on the other side also, you know, basically disparage our side for not being sympathetic about immigration. I think all my colleagues over here, we're for immigration. I know I certainly am, but we're for legal immigration, not illegal immigration. And it's unfair, basically, to the thousands and thousands of people who try to come to this country the right way every year. For these folks that are doing it illegally, to cut in front of the line, in front of the folks that are trying to do it the right way. So I think the gentleman has offered a very good amendment. I would encourage folks that you want some time. I'll yield to the gentleman from Arizona.
I appreciate the gentleman for yielding. I appreciate my colleague from California talking about wanting legal and orderly immigration. I think that's fair. I mean, that's what I think most of us want that. I want to talk to you, though, about the realities. I go down to the border whenever my schedule allows here, and that's fairly often. I get down there. And I want to tell you how folks are coming to Yuma these days. They are flying in from Cuba. They're flying into Cancun or Mexico City. And from there, on a Mexican tourist visa, they move on up to Mexicali, and they are bused by the cartel, or they Uber. They sometimes will Uber to Los Algodones. And when you ask the folks from Cuba who are dressed great, how they're coming and who's coming, they say the only people staying behind are the sick and the elderly. Everybody else is coming here. They're not coming as refugees. They're not coming because they're being abused. They're
Time of the gentleman has
to get into our
expired.
country because we let them in.
Who seeks recognition?
I do.
For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
One thing that I might have escaped notice, but I think makes a lot of sense, or may be worth pointing out. Ms. Jackson Lee noted that under Presidents Reagan and President Bush, Republicans agreed to mass amnesties in order to reform immigration laws. The premise being, the deal being, that they would have yet another amnesty in exchange for securing the border. So look at today's border. There's been a breach of faith, a breach of good faith. It's not on the Republican side of the aisle. Good faith's been repeatedly demonstrated. And I don't even understand the objective of those who repeatedly fail to follow through on the border security part. I always hear the phrase repeated, certainly repeated by Secretary Mayorkas, others in the Biden administration, many times here, about reflecting our values. An immigration policy that reflects our values. But the human misery that's being created by the current border policy is
it ought to drop your jaw. If the rapes reflect your values, if the little girl's being dropped off over the wall by the smugglers, if that reflects your values, if the indentured servitude and the sex trafficking and the fentanyl reflect your values, I don't know what to say about your values. How could that possibly be consistent with your values? I don't believe that it is. I don't understand what that means even. See, our immigration policy that engenders and then continues the flood of illegals coming across under the circumstances they're coming across, and then moving into the United States in every way different from orderly legal immigration and the way that results, or the way that works out, and that reflects your values? What values? Someone would have to articulate for me what values you mean. And even the point with respect to the gentlelady from California who says that, and they repeat, and we've had hearings on this, and that the Democrats have decided to have in Homeland Security about push factors in these countries that are who don't have good governance. Well, actually, I don't think that extending a lot of welfare money spending to those countries, if the United States could afford it, and we can't, would fix that problem. In fact, to the extent their good people are flowing into the United States, you're exacerbating that problem. Because you don't have effective control of the border, which says to people, that is not the path to take. And the simple fact is, yes, there's been consensus on both sides of the political spectrum over the idea of asylum forever, since biblical time. I mean, it's biblical. But the notion that means that you have to stand aside and allow extremists to manipulate the system, to turn your hospitality into a weakness by pouring people in, that also makes no sense. It does not lead to a good human result, and it is the very epitome of irresponsibility. And yes, after 40 years of that, after 40 years of the deals in which people concerned about border security always subordinated that concern to the desire of the left to have another amnesty, we finally reached a point where the American people will tolerate that no longer. Just as everyone else has said,
The gentleman has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I would associate myself with remarks of the gentleman from North Carolina. When I was in Del Rio, Texas, about a month ago with a couple of my colleagues, a gentleman from Arizona, a couple of others, a few of my colleagues from the Texas legislature who joined us in that trip. And we checked into the hotel, and there was a young, middle-aged Hispanic woman at the desk of the hotel who, when we checked in and we were waiting, we were all sitting there, I paused and pulled us aside and thanked us and said she was grateful that we were voicing the concerns of a community and a people who are being taken for granted and forgotten. This reminds me of when in September we were in meetings with the leadership of Webb County, Texas, which is Laredo, and the predominantly, if not entirely, Hispanic leadership of that county were present. And we had a discussion about the state of affairs and the impacts on the community and the danger of the cartels and the harm to their ability to move about. The fentanyl pouring in and all the stuff. And the leadership of Webb County to a T, going around the table, and then in a press conference, the video of it's out there available, you can Google it. All we're asking, where is Joe Biden? Where is DHS? Where is the leadership of our country? And of course, in that case, we're talking about the executive branch, because obviously we can't execute. All we can do is debate and pass laws. And so while I know my colleagues think this is, games and delays because this is, we're talking about unrelated issues, this is all related. And the American people are fed up. They are at their wits' end and fed up. This is not going to end well. It's not. Frankly, the moves by Governor Abbott today are a baby step. It's a small step in the direction that is likely going to occur with states taking action under their own power because they have to, because their hand is being forced by an administration and a party that is using politics or allowing politics or something, and again, associating myself with remarks from North Carolina about not understanding the values, allowing all of this to obfuscate the truth. And the gentlelady from Texas, who's of course not here, and I always hate speaking when a colleague leaves the room, but she kind of gave up the game when she was rattling off the reasons someone might come here, and she raised some sympathetic cases like Ukrainians seeking asylum, and we all know that there are different rules and laws we have in place for those kinds of situations. But she dismissed the fact that it is a fractional portion of the volume of the people coming here, and then she acknowledged at the end the actual case for the volume of the people coming across the border, which is economic opportunity, which none of us begrudge, none of us question, none of us would say is a wrong motivation for people to seek to come to the United States. But it is not a legal one. And therein lies the problem, is that we're countenancing an unlawful abuse of the asylum process to allow our system to get flooded in a result that endangers both Americans and the migrants who seek to come here. And that is the undeniable and inescapable truth. It is a reality that is made very clear, or makes very clear, that our Democratic colleagues in this current administration are not at all responsible or don't feel any responsibility for what's occurring to these human beings. They're just numbers. And it just absolutely slays me. You go down and you look into the eyes and you talk to people, what's going here, and again, not begrudging their desire to be here, but knowing what they've gone through and what they face, and now being on the hook to cartels and knowing what they're facing and going into, I just don't understand my Democratic colleagues. And I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Who seeks recognition? No one seeks recognition. The question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Mr. Johnson, you're muted.
How did the chairman vote?
Chairman voted no.
I vote no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
Bass votes no.
Ms.
I'm
Bass
on
votes
board.
no. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline.
No.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu.
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin.
Senator, it's my pleasure.
Ms.
Nice to see you.
Jayapal. Ms. Dimmings.
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa.
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Oh, there is?
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath. Mr. Stanton. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat.
How am I recorded? Jackson Lee?
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert.
This person is rude.
Mr. Isa. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. McClintock. Aye. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Yes. Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Sparts. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
How am I recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you are not recorded.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Isa, you are not recorded.
I'm a yes.
Mr. Isa.
I'm a yes.
Ms. Bush?
Mr. Isa votes yes.
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no.
Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swallow votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Has he been recorded? Ms. Bush? She's been recorded. Oh, okay. So, are there any other members who haven't, who wish to be?
How am I recorded? This is
Mr.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no.
Are there are there any members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 18 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. I will inform the members there are votes on the floor. The committee will stand in recess till immediately after the vote.